Is Foundry up? Are we using Foundry tonight?
We will probably not be using Foundry tonight, but
okay.
No
problem.
If the need arises, I'll boot it up, but for right now we don't need it.
All right.
It depends on how much shit you guys get yourselves in, if we're being honest. I'm not prepared for you to have a combat, so if you do, you messed up big time.
I'm just gonna start swinging.
All right, Dave, you got the stream going?
Yeah, we're Gucci.
Did someone verify? Can someone verify, please?
That it's on and recording apparently.
Anybody?
Testing.
Okay, thank you, Numat.
Yeah, so I need somebody to look at the stream because I can't look at it. Oh yeah, my
screen. I think Scott's doing that.
Scott,
where is
testing 1, 2, 3, Davey boy?
Where's your stream link thing? Or what is your name?
Mr. Dabe.
His name is Crystal with a K on Kick.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we're good. Sounds on.
Yay. Thank you.
We're good to go. All right. So where we left off last, you guys had wreaked absolute havoc on the Northern Light, killed literally everything that moved. And then after you got out of there, you found out all the bunch of stuff that you found out about the poison and how it's being used and antidote making and what that looked like. And you thought to yourselves, let's drive this home for the people of Norhaven and find a way to raise awareness about the potion that we need to make for an antidote. So you spread around flyers all over the place, and you ended up making a dose that can do, or a batch that can do 50 doses of antidote. And we had some people do some things during their. You guys leveled up too. While you were leveling up, you had some things that you were working on, whether it was carousing or making the flyers or spying on the Northern Light. I would like starting. Well, we can do volunteers, but I would like you guys to tell me what type of training you used to get some of your new features and what those new features are, if any.
I'll go first.
Okay.
So I now have expertise in sleight of hand, and Vicar did some shopping, and he bought himself a very fancy set of lockpicks.
Okay.
How much should I charge myself for said lockpicks?
Give me just a second on that. So let's go to. You wanted. What was the specific thing that I sent you about that?
Were they like platinum or something like that?
Yeah, you were gonna get something crazy. Okay. Let's go. Bench stream.
Platinum is soft metal. Don't worry about it.
I think it's under.
Is platinum soft?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was great.
You know what? We'll call it
tungsten.
50 gold pieces for solid platinum picks.
Not as soft as Sid's wiener.
Listen, I was gonna make the joke, but I didn't.
Oh damn!
All right. Anything else, Vicar?
That's it.
Okay. Who else would like? Well, how did you get the proficiency in sleight of hand, Vicar? Explain to me why you became an expert during this long rest.
Well, from the shame of my failures in the crypt or whatever it was, the basement, I had decided to focus on practicing a little more and refined the skill.
Right. Just sitting there with a practice lock, and you were sitting there just picking pockets as people went by, trying to nimble the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to say take 5 gold pieces off, or add 5 gold pieces back to your inventory just from little bits of looting and pickpocketing you were doing to keep your fingers nice and warm.
Sure.
You know? Yeah, thank you, Josh. So we're going to move on to Kazir next. What was Kazir doing?
So Kazir was making flyers most of the time. but then in between like small breaks from writing, I was kind of playing with just like fire in my hand, like using firebolt, just kind of messing with it, trying to like get it to go bigger or change the form of it. And then after a little while of trying that, I'm able to make the ball of fire in my hand grow substantially.
All right.
So I got something from that, and then I would say when I slept, I had a dream that was kind of like a memory from my past, from when me, Kai, and Newmont were traveling through the desert, and I rescued a baby cheetah and gave it some food and sent it on its way, and we never saw it again. But I had a strong memory of that event. So yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say also, while you're taking your downtime, mostly paperwork and playing a little bit with magic, Cassandra notices that you are an avid reader and writer, and you see her approach you with a leather-bound book, and it's
Leather-bound
pretty
books.
thick. And she hands it to you and says, "This is one of the few books that we still have that is any use, but I figure you might need it more than we would. Take it as a gift from us to you." And when you look down at it, you can't read the first headline title, but the second headline title in the same font in Elvish says Ancient Elvish to Elvish Translator.
So I'll reach my hand out and take the book and say thank you. Find good use of it.
Yep. And she, as you like flip through the pages, you notice that even though Elvish and Old Elvish are both Elvish, it's still going to take a good amount of time to translate anything accurately, because everything isn't a one-to-one.
Okay. In my downtime,
Kazar-
I'll probably start reading through that immediately, trying to learn as much as I can.
Kazar, as you flip through that book, you see a note from when Cassian was a kid where he drew a little tiny picture of Elvis. And when you flip the pages like an anamorph book, Elvis does a little dance.
Kazar just like
God damn it.
Kazar doesn't really laugh a lot, but I'll like chuckle as I'm flicking through the book behind the mask.
And it says
We
Cassian was
veto
here
that.
in the corner.
Does that have to be canon?
It does have to be canon, unfortunately.
Did he have pointy ears?
Yeah, he's an Elvish Elvis, bro.
Elfist, yeah.
That's a good one.
So if that's the case and you're going through this book, I'm going to say that you do remember that you have a book on you that is very old.
Mm-hmm.
And it is written in Old Elvish. So you could begin translating some of that stuff if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about. Like, can I only use this to translate, or I wanted to like try and learn the language from the book? I don't know how long that would take.
It would take a very long time. Eventually you'll be able to, but we're talking like approaching the end of the game type long time.
Okay, all right. So I'll use it as translation for now then. So I'll start translating that book I have.
Yep. And give me just a second here, Josh. Hop in private for a sec.
Bye.
Bye, Josh. Slightly perfect timing, and that slightly destroys my stream, I bet. I don't know what it looks like, but it probably does. We were all probably out of sorts.
Mr. Dave.
Yes. Every character is half and half of two characters.
No. I was gonna say really quick. I know I just messaged Scott about it, but I was gonna loop Scott into my progression. I just leveled up one monk.
All right. So I'm going to say that you flip to a random page pretty early on in this book that you have that's pretty ancient and begin translating it. And through the course of spending all of your concentrated efforts translating whenever you're not sleeping or writing up flyers, you do manage to translate what seems to be like a poem or poetic writing of some kind. And Josh will message that to you, and you can feel free to read it aloud to everybody or not. It's your choice.
Okay.
I would like to request your camera back on, if you may.
Oh, my bad.
You're good.
Is there? I don't know how long that took, but there was one other thing I have that should be fairly short that I wanted to try and translate. I have like a recording of a note that was left on a plaque of Lysander on a statue in that dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Forgot about
Do you for this this was for the dagger thing, right? It wasn't the statue itself. Or are you talking about the statue itself? Because the statue itself
I
just
think
said
it was the
Lysander.
statue itself, but we couldn't read it.
The statue itself said Lysandy.
But there was like a note with it as well.
There was a note underneath the dagger that you guys couldn't translate, but it was just
Maybe it was that.
a name.
Oh.
So I'm going to say that you can begin doing that as well. I've got to go hunt and find that information for you. Noted, Vicar. So, who else would like to say what they learned and how that went?
I can volunteer really quick.
Okay.
So during this past, I think it was it a week? I think we took, right? To
Yes.
peruse everything.
Yeah, I think it was actually longer than a week because you had to make a bigger batch, but at least a week.
Right. Kai was pretty tired most of the time. He spent a lot of his time making a ton of potions. So he didn't really have that much rest, but when he did, he would try to meditate and pray. But he found that it seemed off for some reason. And for some reason, it just didn't seem as fulfilling. So he kind of sought out some more physical activity, and he reached out to Newmont, and Newmont helped him train a good bit just in physical martial arts. And he taught me and helped instruct me through more physical means on how to attack more than once. And when you do attack somebody, they get like shaken up a little bit. They get stunned a little bit.
Cool.
And that's it.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So, who's next?
I can go. I was recovering for most of this time, being banged up pretty bad. During my recovery, there's a like the scars themselves are growing this like black sinewy type coating on them, and when the morphing takes place as I did by myself, I had a easy time finding places where I was very hard to see. So growing some proficiency with stealth, and then also practicing in the mirror how to effectively intimidate with my eyes kind of glossing over black and part of my face being distorted to who I'm talking to, but kind of hard to discern if you're not like directly in front of me. And once I grew comfortable with that, the last day or two I went out carousing, but made no contacts.
Okay. I'm going to say you're kind of like, as you're practicing the mirror, Kazar walks up reading his book, not really paying attention, catches a glance of you in the mirror and almost shits himself. He wasn't expecting that while he was brushing his teeth. But, yeah, so who's next?
I think I'm the last one or Newmont?
I think Newmont and you still have to go.
Go ahead, Numi.
All right. A lot has happened. After I kind of make the flyers and help Kai with his training, and even during me helping him with his training, Numa is very quiet and to himself, kind of solemn-like. He pretty much fled Godric's Hollow to escape mischievous acts and persons seeking out to achieve power and to gain more for themselves by sacrificing others' level of peace and like comfortability. Numa kind of feels he can't really escape the despair, death, and evil that he fled from, and that really angers him. So I pretty much like go into the woods like I always do, kind of try to seek solace alone. But when I go into the woods and try to meditate and be one with nature like I was growing up, I notice that animals don't really come around me anymore. They kind of scurry away. This angers him even more. I kind of just start taking out my anger by punching trees, leaping from branch to branch, rolling logs, kind of letting the anger flow through me. And I kind of remember hearing my parents talk about a spell or ability that they referenced as the Hour of Reaping. And I'm not too sure if that is what's coming through or not. But as I'm doing that in the woods, it kind of dawns upon Numa that, yeah, I can't flee or possibly even defeat evil wherever I go. It's always going to be there, but it will always be there coexisting with good. Pretty much balance, like yin and yang, two opposites that pretty much need each other to have meaning and feeling. I know that as a group, the Kintsugi ultimately is looking to do good, pretty much restore a community, unveil the lies and deception with the revelation that we're trying to do with uncovering the truth. But at what cost? Murdering a whole entire church? Like, how much necessary evil is too much? Then I kind of remember like everything we did with the church and all the bodies just laying in the floor in a deep pool of like red, and the stench of death just filling the whole entire place. Each one of those individuals that we did kill and just slaughter through, they had parents. Each one of those individuals had friends and acquaintances they shared meals with, stories, laughter, and now all of that is taken away. A family won't have their husband coming home. A child won't have his father coming home. People will be asking why certain persons aren't coming around more often like they were. I saw a lot of my close friends, Cassian, Sid, even Kai, become enraged with anger and kind of channeling the rage into more violence and more killing. But I also know there needs to be a balance to everything. So after I kind of collect myself and hold back this anger and energy, I spend the rest of my days just pretty much helping out the town. I remove my mask. I don't really want to be identified belonging to any specific group, but simply just the people. So I walk with my quarterstaff and scraps for clothing to help the common folk where I could, whether it just be gathering food like I normally do for families that can't provide for themselves anymore, whether it be to just have a drink with someone that lost a friend in the recent days, rebuilding the destroyed architecture of the church that we caused, giving individuals, even if we saw them as evil, proper burials, planting flowers, bushes, trees to bring life to an area that has seen a lot of death, or simply playing with a child that would never see his father again. Numa always felt he was forced down a dark path, and that's what he tried to run away from. And he always felt like he needed to walk that path alone. But in reality, everyone is on that path. And we need to decide whether to do it alone or with others. And Numa doesn't really feel like he could start a revolution or bring peace or form a perfect community without separation and hatred. But by giving back good to a place that we caused so much havoc and dismay and quote-unquote necessary evil to, I could only hope to spark that into someone else that may find a way to bring peace and to build a better community.
The first half of what you were going through during the week being purely focused on anger and hatred and regret.
Yes.
After you spend the second half doing things like helping the community, there is a moment where you are playing with the child and it's just fun. You're doing some of your moves with your staff, showing some of your cool abilities, and these kids are just like, wow. And in the quiet moments after, you feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and a faint whisper that you can't make out. And that's
I will acknowledge that it's there, but I will kind of just look around and see if I see anything, but I won't actively do anything else. I would just notice that this is the same feeling like I felt in the church, correct? That one time?
Yep.
Okay. Noted.
There's no outright communication or anything like that, but it's like you feel a presence for a brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cassian.
Cassian starts. We were back at the manor for about a week, right?
Yep.
7 days.
10 days.
Cassian starts off 10 days. You said.
Yep.
10 days. Cassian starts off the first 2 days, sticking to his word and helping make seed packets and pamphlets and just trying to spread himself as thin as he can amongst as many people as he can to help with the propaganda effort. And as he works and takes time to focus on these things, he can't help but find himself beside himself with everything that's happened in the last few days, with more and more coming to light. The rage and anger kind of bubbles up within him, and around the end of day 2, Cassian would probably go to Vicar and let him know that Cassian would say something along the lines of like, Vicar, I'm going away for a little bit, but I will be within the compound. I just don't anticipate seeing me for at least a few days. Don't worry about it, but I'm safe, I promise, but I need some time to think. And Cassian, without allowing much response, would slip away. He would first stop at his parents' library, where he knows there are very detailed records of every single one of the callings that has ever happened in the history of the Greys. And he would grab some of the texts that he remembers fondly as a kid, some of the callings that he remembers fondly as a child happening, some of the great stories that his parents shared with him. And then he would grab a couple of random tomes and books as well, but all within the history and the lineage of all the callings. And then he would go deep into the bowels of the Grey Manor, and he would train himself without food and water, and just mercilessly
Mercilessly, yep.
train himself with his whip, going through all of the physical challenges that were from the past. All the callings, he would take the notes from the calling books and train himself rigorously over and over and over and over again with all of the repeated great callings, physical challenges of the callings, from history. And he did so in silence, didn't speak a word. Oftentimes he would try to do them blindfolded or with an arm tied behind his back. He would do it without food and without water. And no one sees him for an additional 8 days. When he comes back, he looks gaunt in the face. Kind of just reappears. You're not sure exactly where he came from. Doesn't share much information with anyone from the group. He's beaten and bruised, chipped tooth, bloody nose, black eye, bruises the size of his entire left and right side. He looks like he's been beat to shit. He looks like someone really took a wailing on him. But if you had been a fly on the wall, you would have known that it would have been Cassian that was beating the shit out of himself. not in a self-harm way, but in a push himself to the very fringes and the extent of his physical ability. And all of the training paid off because he's max level dexterity now.
Very nice. I would say, as opposed to just locking yourself in a random room, the physical trials, the labyrinth that you guys went in, you've taken the calling several times. You know that is an illusion. How do I say this? An illusion.
Illusory.
That's the word. Thank you. I was
Yeah.
struggling trying to get past it. It changes every single time. You've walked into that room behind the portrait sometimes, and you've stepped into a forest just with random beasts and monstrosities that you've had to fight. That was a labyrinth with skeletons and whatnot. So I'd say you could go in and repeatedly just run through the physical trials that way, and each time you do, you experience a new trial single-handedly, if that is your
Yeah.
choice.
Absolutely. And after every single one, he would go back to the history books and reread to see if there was something that he was missing, he could learn better to pick up. But focusing specifically on the physical trials. And I think just for above table for the group to kind of understand, it's all stemming from Cassian having immense guilt and immense bubbling hatred for what he's seen over the last few days, and no good way to figure out what to do next, feeling a little bit hopeless at the same time. And this, for the group, is the first time you've ever seen Cassian do something other than drink or smoke his feelings away. He definitely beat the shit out of himself, but it's, I guess, a step in the right direction.
So as the week comes to a close and you've accomplished your individual tasks and goals, I would like to know what you guys are doing next. How are you doing this?
So what's the state of the town after we've done all of this?
I would call it confusion. There's a lot of what they've been told versus what you're telling them, and some people are like, "What the hell am I gonna do with fucking birdseed?" And other people are like, "Maybe I should start planning this stuff," even though it is winter's starting to come to a close because you've been there for several months at this point. You know, spring is coming around the corner soon. Maybe I should, so you hear murmurings in the street. For those of you who do actually go out into the street, that would be probably mostly Numa and Sid. And, well, a good amount of you would have just picked up throughout the chatter in the town that people don't really know what's happening, and there's kind of like an era of excitement and anticipation, but also nervous energy. They're just waiting for something to happen.
We had also talked about like possibly another calling or calling. What calling?
Calling, not a calling. We're not.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I said calling. I was like, wait.
We did the
It's
calling
probably
last
not
week.
great.
This is
Yeah.
the calling.
Yeah, so we had talked about doing another calling if it was the right time for that. What I would want to talk with Dimitri and Katerina about that and see if there's anything else that they feel like we need to do to stabilize the favor in this town.
So go ahead and ask them.
I just did.
Okay. If I'm being honest, Vicar, I'm not clairvoyant. I do not know what everyone is thinking at any given time. I don't know if this is the right time to step back into the light. I know that you've taken care of a problem, and I know that there are still several problems left. And they're at Warden's Hall, they have been poisoning our name for the better part of a year and a half. So people have very set in stone ways of thinking at this point that have been reinforced by the government of Norhaven.
That's one chip that we still have left to play. Is the town council or whatever it is. We had spoke with. Did we talk with them about that yet?
Mm-mm.
We had spoke with members of the syndicate in this town, and they seem to have some dirt on one of the council members that they were willing to discuss with us after we spared their lives.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know much about this crime syndicate that's popped up. It's been fairly new. for what I have seen, and I don't really know what their MO is, so to speak. Is there a possibility that this is some sort of trap that they have laid for you? Did they say this under duress and now they are thinking they can get the jump on you?
It's always possible.
That is a risk you will have to think about taking. I think that if it is true, that could be a very good move, because then you could leverage the government to change their mind, perhaps, if you can get dirt on some of the people there. And then the people would be more inclined to be open to us stepping back into the light.
Yeah, there'd be less voices against you.
Yes. If you think that you can trust these people, or that at the very least you can get something from them, I think that it is worth giving a shot.
We're not all so untrustworthy.
We?
I mean, you know who I am, right?
I mean, I know you like poison, but I don't know your entire life story.
Yeah, well, don't judge a book by its cover and all that stuff.
Mhm.
All right. I mean, you've done nothing to show me that you are a bad person, except for perhaps killing many, many people. But in my opinion, they deserved
They
it.
deserved it, yeah.
The reason Vicar is not a mob boss is because he has some sliver of decency within him. He's been a very good friend to me for a very long time. One of the first people I came to trust once I restarted my life, so to speak.
How you lead your life is not for me to judge or decide, unless if it directly affects me or those I love. So, by all means, if my son gives you this praise, you must have earned it somehow.
Yeah, by saving my ass more than once.
All right, so what is the plan? Are you going to go ahead with this demonstration immediately, or are you going to try to blackmail before we give off this presentation? Are we using Quentin or are we using Cassian? I don't think we put a pin in that conversation, I believe.
Okay, so we haven't done that yet.
No, I like the idea of the blackmail though. Before, if that's something that'll help win over the group's favor. I don't know how it would help. Like how it would work.
We could
Well, we
avoid
would
the
have to talk to-
demonstration altogether if we leverage the blackmail on top of curing the sickness for the council, if that makes sense.
I think that the demonstration is still very important, personally, because we need to show the people that the Greys are behind this antidote, and we need to do it in a big way. It's more of a question of, do we do the big thing first and then try to use the leverage in a different way, or are we going to use leverage first to try to influence how the demonstration goes, if that makes sense?
What were you going to say, Vicar?
Did we already so I guess we hadn't decided on that yet, but I thought that if we were going to go the Cassian route, that we would have showed that he was sick earlier. And then he would have taken the cure, and then
Out of game, I think last time you guys were leaning more towards having Quentin do it.
so he's going to
Down in
get
poison.
sick.
You were going to give him the poison because he said he was willing to do whatever it took to be a Grey,
Okay.
and he's part of the church, which also makes your claim stronger that you're not just completely against the church.
Yeah.
That rings some bells.
That was where you were kind of headed last time we talked.
Yeah, and I
Gotcha.
think having someone from the church do it also shows that, because if we just do it, we could just be fooling them as well in a different way. But if
Right.
someone from the church does it, it could come off as more transparent and truthful.
Well, if that's
And
the
if-
case, then I think we set the stage first.
Agreed.
Agreed.
We could use the blackmail to try and get whoever in office it is we have blackmail on to set up like a public meeting, or like
Well,
get
that's
the whole
what I was
city
saying.
together. Yeah.
Yeah, that I wanted to get like the environment in the town more favorable before we do the
A member of the church converting to the Greys after being healed could be the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
It should be the final show or the prestige.
Yeah.
Make the birdie disappear, then bring it back.
Okay, so sounds like we're all on the same page. Let's see.
Where's that punk kid? Let's get him sick.
Well, hang on.
Well, it's not immediate.
Hold him
right?
down. I'm going to cough in his mouth.
I forget how we were
let's
going to do that,
see.
but I thought we were going to do some sort of like staged approach.
I'll pee on him.
I should remember.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you were
I
gonna
have a
set up-
note from the Frostbite Syndicate, right? But for an introduction, but I don't know if
You weren't
what's
given a
on-
location.
yeah. Where did I meet the guy last time? The first one that I met.
You would remember how to get to him. He was by
Yeah.
one of the gate entrances to the city.
Okay. So then I think that's where we should start. Find a familiar face.
All right. You guys make your way back over to that place, and you don't see him, but you do see some scratches on a wall that you didn't notice before. And the rest of you can read it, but it doesn't make any sense to you. Vicar, what you read is direct locations of or direct step counts that you need to take. And it says 150 strides north. So you guys, I'm assuming you go 150 strides north. Then you look around for a little bit. Roll a perception check for me.
All right.
You and one other person can as well.
I got a 10.
Numa, get those eyes out, Pam.
Yeah.
Please, Numa.
Oof. I got a 10 as well.
Sorry,
Well,
10
average.
It was supposed to be not super hard to find, especially if you're looking for it. So you do come across another set of scratches that give you more directions, and it goes this way for quite a while. And it's meant to throw people who can't directly read Thieves' Cant way off. Eventually, you do find yourself at a kind of rundown, or actually, I'm sorry, it's not rundown. It's a fairly nice looking location. It's just a random house, though, in the middle of nowhere, but you don't see any more scratches anywhere. But this is definitely where it kind of led you to be.
I think this is it, guys.
Did we all go here? I wasn't sure if we were squad 6 or squad 2.
I think you guys all went,
We
unless
squatted up.
you
Okay.
didn't want
Yeah.
to do that.
No, you're fine.
Squad.
No, I think
Squad
that it will
B.
be all of us. Yeah.
All
We
right.
mobbing. We steady
So I
mobbing.
will knock on the door.
Okay. After you knock on the door, wait a little bit, and then you hear some footsteps, and the guy you let go from the Northern Light opens the door, and I've actually got a picture for him now because now he's an NPC that you guys made basically because
Nice.
you didn't kill him.
Hey.
The one survivor.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, hey, look, see?
Yeah, every now and then it's worth saving somebody. Shoot, hang on, give me just a second here, guys. I'm gonna copy the image. Please work. Okay, there we go.
You know what this guy
Oh.
looks like?
He didn't have artwork before, now he does.
Oh.
So
don't know
I
why.
just posted an artwork so you can see what he looks like.
Paul Walker?
So
That's what I thought.
you see him open the door, and in front of you is a man that has deep green eyes and a disarming smile that seems to hide a multitude of secrets. He dresses in fine tailored clothing that speaks to his status within the syndicate, or at least the wealth of being associated as a member. Through the years, there's a hint of danger lurking beneath his polished exterior. And he reaches out his hand and, directly to you, Vicar.
I will shake his hand. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of happy to see you. Name's Lucian, by the way. I don't think I ever actually told you.
Vicar,
All
I guess I won't be needing this note.
No, I don't think so. I'll be able to show you where you need to go for this. And come on inside. The rest of you, are they with you?
They're with me.
All right. Okay.
Jacob, can I roll to see if I'm sexier than Lucian? Because when I wrote Cassian's backstory, I wrote him as the sexiest man in the universe. So
Did you really?
roll a charisma check.
What the heck?
Is that a D20? Yes, it is. Charisma. Actually, I'm going to roll this in here so I don't get accused of lying about my sexiness.
Oh,
Hold
this will
on.
be good.
Charisma check. Come on, roll the dice, dumbass. That's a natural one.
Damn.
He's feeling very intimidated.
There.
You're just
Damn.
coming off a week of looking like hot garbage because you were starving yourself and getting the shit kicked out of you. So I'm gonna say, with the chipped tooth that you
Holy
had,
shit.
slightly broken nose, and the bruises, it kind of knocks you down on the hot list. Lucian's got you
Damn.
beat right now.
Holy
he
shit.
he brings you guys inside, and he says, "All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to the guy who actually does have dirt on. I can tell you her name. Her name's Anastasia. She's a diplomat here in Norhaven. Again, I'm not directly from here. I'm from somewhere else. More south. I originally hail from not Penting. Sorry, hang on. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I originally hail from Kalor, so I'm, just new to the whole northern thing, but down there I had a job that didn't go so well, so I had to make myself scarce. So, the man that you're going to be meeting goes by the name of Valen. He's the leader of the Frostbite Syndicate here in Norhaven, and he'll be able to tell you more. He can answer any of the questions you have about the Syndicate too. So feel free to head inside. He knocks on the double doors, and then he says, "Hello, can we come in?" And you do hear a voice that says, "Yeah, fine, go ahead." So he opens the door. Inside, you see another guard that's just kind of sitting there. He doesn't look like he's from Norhaven either. And in the far corner on the side of the room, you see a human, and his figure is of intimidation and authority, standing tall with a powerful muscular frame. His gaze, framed by icy blue eyes, holds a commanding presence that demands respect. He is dressed in finely tailored suit that exudes both wealth and power. And I have a picture for him as well.
What's his name? Valen?
Valen.
Villain.
Van Halen.
No, not villain. This is what he looks like. So he's sitting
Cassian,
there.
you're in trouble.
Yeah, they're both.
Damn.
He has that kind of exact look as you guys walk in. He's kind of sizing you up as a party, and he looks at Lucian behind you guys, and he does a nod motion, like a very subtle nod motion. The doors close behind you guys as you step into the room.
So is a chiseled jaw like a requirement for being in this syndicate, or what?
Dude's building
No.
a refrigerator, bro.
How far away is he from the door?
He's about 20 feet from the door.
Before the doors close all the way, could I attempt to sneakily, just wedge my quarterstaff into it so they don't close all the way and kind of lean up against it so it's not really visible? That it's jarred open a little bit?
I'm going to say that that's kind of impossible. Imagine you're closing a door actively and you see a stick coming through. The intention here is to close a door. So you would know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little clumsy. And then I close the door behind me.
Okay. All right. You don't hear a click or anything. There's nothing you're locked in, but the door is closed behind you. So Vaylin looks at you guys and just isn't saying anything. He's just staring, waiting for a response from you.
Response or?
Well, some sort of communication. He doesn't know why you're here. He doesn't know it. He's just looking at you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
We We heard that you might have some information on Anastasia.
I do have some information on Anastasia. I hear that you saved Valen's life.
We did.
More spared him from death as opposed to saving him. But
There was a lot of that down there.
from what I've heard, you've wreaked havoc throughout the Northern Light, which was our main supplier. Thank you for cutting that off.
Well, I do apologize about that, but were you aware what you were supplying?
It was a no questions asked. I still don't know what was going on there. I just know that I was paid well, as was the rest of my syndicate.
Understandable. Well, would you like to know?
No, no one's alive now to pay me, so I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt anything to know. Go ahead.
They were creating a poison that they were using to infect the townspeople so that they could sell their fake cure. That's the black sores you're seeing.
Roll perception or roll an insight check for me.
Okay. I can
You
do
and
that.
one other person can roll as well if they would like to.
I got a 19.
I think you got it.
19. All right.
I think you got it.
You can see pretty clearly that he covers his mouth in a certain way and his brow furrows more. And all of his body language leads you to believe that he genuinely didn't know that's what was happening.
You really didn't know, did you?
I had my suspicions of something else. What I thought was happening was that this holy water that they were selling was bullshit. We were bringing in supplies in order for them to craft an antidote to give to people for this sickness, and they were using religion as their way of spreading their own propaganda. And I do not care about religious propaganda, and as long as it was helping people, I didn't really care what I was supplying. I didn't know that there was poison. I thought it was the solution, not the problem.
Well, now you know.
And that we can help with.
That's what we're after with Anastasia. The Gray family here has been a source of good in this community for a long time. And, well, Cassie might be able to tell you a little bit better about that, the history of that than myself, but I'm sure you're aware that their favor in this town has faded. Anastasia is one of the council members that is against them. We're trying to change that.
I'm not for the Greys, and I'm not for whatever the fuck they're doing in the government in this city, but as long as I'm allowed to operate normally, and he looks at Cassian, I want to be given complete immunity and ability to operate as I see fit within the city in exchange for the information.
Cassian kind of scruffs his beard a little.
That's a big ask.
Would you like to roll insight?
No.
Okay.
Cassian steps forward up next to Vicar at this point. I understand that your motivations are monetary. Is that correct?
Yes.
I am willing to work with you, and the Greys in general are willing to work with you, but we have a fairly strict code of operations. We are in this city specifically to help it thrive. We are the last bastion of the North. We protect the rest of this continent from the evils that find themselves beyond the ice wall, for lack of a better word. The people here need to remain safe. If we can find a way for you to operate and do your business without bringing harm to the citizens of Norhaven, then I'm sure there can be some common ground found. But until then, you're a criminal organization, and I'm not making any threats. I don't have any legs to stand on.
His best friend is a criminal.
Yeah, it's not that I'm not. It's not that I'm not okay with being friends with talented people. If you catch my drift, it's just a matter of making sure that the Greys continue to uphold their standard of Norhaven.
My syndicate has not done anything to outright hurt the people of Norhaven, but the restrictions that the Greys have put in terms of what can come in and out of the city in the past has been the main reason why we haven't been lucrative. The second you stood down, I was able to trade in substances that make me money. I want to be able to operate and produce those substances. People should be allowed to make their own choices for entrepreneurial efforts. No one is forcing anyone to do anything in my operation.
I'm going to need more specifics before I agree to anything.
We push certain substances. Some of the people that some of our clientele can abuse these substances, but we do not force it on them. They buy it from us, it makes us money.
So you're saying you want to be the sole drug dealer of Norhaven?
Well, when you say it, it sounds so crude.
I just don't like bullshit. I'd rather talk facts and be transparent.
Transparently, yes. I push drugs, I push booze that is laced with different substances. I am a pharmacist for the people when they want more than what the apothecary offers. And I would like
And
to
what-
continue to do this.
And what happens when the people of Norhaven are walking through the streets like zombies because they're hooked on all of your drugs? What then?
Like I
Then we
said,
go to war?
like I said, I do not force anyone to do any of this. My followers, the people in the syndicate, do not force anyone to do anything of this. We are a business. We just have good salesmen sometimes. I'm sure we can find a compromise.
Whether you intended to or not, you've been aiding and poisoning this city. And now, to rid the city of the poison that you helped create, you want to bring more poison into the city? Is that what you're saying?
If I'm not mistaken, if I was peddling poison, I was also peddling the antidote. I had a net neutral in this situation. I was not the one harming anyone, directly or indirectly. I was simply a road by which things happened. And
I'm gonna. Okay.
there were some good things, and there were some bad things. How about this? I will personally fund whatever antidote batches you need to cure the rest of the city. From what I gather, you've taken out their poisoning operation.
We
For
dealt the
what we
blow.
know, we're not sure. There's no way to guarantee that it's an entire destruction of their operation. We know at least we've hindered them.
Well, allow me to push my substances, which do not kill anyone, by the way, and I will fund the antidote project that I'm sure that you guys are going to put in at some point. You're going to try to put that in place. I know that the Greys' pockets are deep, but with a year and a half of hiding and how much this is going to cost, I'm not sure if their pockets are that deep.
If I could pay you to leave, I would. And we could just forget this ever happened, but that's not the case, is it? So,
I want to pull Cassian aside and whisper quietly in his ear that I can find Anastasia and watch her if you don't want to do this.
Cassian will lean over to Vicar and say, "Let me try one more thing." Cassian will turn back to the sexy motherfucker. Forgot his name.
Balin.
Valen. I am willing. The Greys are willing to turn a blind eye to your operation. One, because I would be a two-faced liar if I told you that I've never partaken in extracurriculars myself. So that makes me a bold-faced liar if I was to prevent this from other people from doing it as well. But there needs to be a fail-safe in place.
Mhm.
How large is your operation? It needs to be limited to a certain number of men and sellers. And there needs to be a cap on how much can come into the city at one point.
He leans back in his chair and starts stroking his beard, thinking for a second. What if we met in the middle? I promise to not peddle or even try to sell to anybody below a certain age. They have to be able to make their own decisions without the influence of a good sales pitch. But there will be no cap on what I can produce.
My only concern would be as a decent apothecarian, you could call me. I'm decent with potions. My concern would be with no limit people having physical or mental permanent side effects. Now, if it's recreational, I understand there's degrees of tolerance. But if someone dies from too much, it would be a concern of mine. At failsafe, my only concern in a failsafe would be trying to prevent that from happening. If there's a way to do that, I don't know. But if we can, do you guys cut people off if you can tell they've had too much?
Here's another proposal. I will start peddling and pushing certain substances that will not kill anybody. But what I said about the age restriction disappears.
You already said it doesn't kill anyone. Now we're backtracking.
I said I never outright kill anybody. I don't peddle poison. But there are some people, like I said, who abuse certain products. And these can have, even if they don't kill people, as your friend put it, some permanent, undesirable effects.
I'm struggling with a moral dilemma at this point because I don't know if you've noticed, but Norhaven isn't exactly a destination. There's generations of families that have lived here. It's the same people and the same families. It's not like you go to Penting and gamble your life savings away for a weekend with the boys and you have a good time and maybe you're there and you try some things and you do some stuff that you don't tell your wife when you get back home. But here, I know everyone's wife. I know everyone's son. I know everyone's daughters. We know the Greys have taught at the same school for hundreds of years. Everyone here is from Norhaven. We're a community. If I allow you to bring an uncapped, unrestricted amount of distracting and mind-altering drugs into our streets, it's only a matter of time before it affects people in a negative way. And I can level with you because I've done these substances myself. And Cassino will hang open his pouch and expose the tobacco that he carries on him every single day.
When you do that, he reaches into his desk, pulls up a sack, places it on his desk, and says, "You can take this as a sign of good faith."
Offering me more drugs that I know already fuck me up on a daily basis is not going to change my mind, man.
I don't know. Perhaps you should smoke some of the Dream Lily, and you might change your mind. I think what I have offered is very fair. I am offering you information that is going to help people, and I've promised not to hurt people in exchange. You're dealing with the crime boss in your city at this moment. I understand that the Greys are a powerful house, but we have started to get a reputation and wealth for ourselves as well. I have the power and influence to stop some of these lesser syndicates from being any more than weeds that can be easily plucked. And I can promise you, if they see a business, a market, if you will, to make extra cash and do things that I am not willing to do to compromise my own morals, it will be harder to deal with all of them. I can deal with them. You're not
I have-
going to get a better offer than this.
I'm going to make one more attempt to get a better offer out of you. And if we cannot come to terms, then I cannot waste any more time of my friends here, because they have agreed to help me in this journey, and sitting and bickering with you for hours is not going to get us anywhere. My last plea to you is allow me to audit your operation in 1 year, and if the state of the city is in disarray, we will make arrangements to move you out of the city and be well compensated by that time, because the Greys will be back on their feet by that time as well. You have 1 year.
He reaches into the other side of his desk and he pulls out some documents and he just starts going through them for the next couple of minutes, not saying anything. He's just reading through some of his ledgers. And you can pretty easily tell, Vicar, from being in this business a while, he's checking the money, seeing the kind of growth that he's had throughout the year, and figuring out what the cap, where's the bell curve and how much he's going to make, what's it going to hit, when's it topping off, how much room he has to grow in this business. And after a while, he closes it and puts it down and he says, I'm an entrepreneur. If need be, I can start up this business someplace else. I agree to your terms. No cap. I sell what I sell, to whom I sell. And in 1 year, if the city is in disarray, and it is as a result of the substances I peddle, I will be relocated. But if the city is fucked and it's not my problem, I refuse to take responsibility for that.
I foresee more dispute in our future, because you are never going to admit your drug is the problem. But I'm never going to stop fighting for Norhaven. But for the time being, I'll see you in a year. And I reach out a hand to shake his hand.
He reaches out a hand to shake your hand.
With my
And,
other hand, I take the bag of Dream Lily and put it in my pocket.
All right. He smiles at you when you do it, and he's going to put his hand on top of your hand and just for a second shake it, and then he lets go. And he waves to you, kind of like a dismissive, it was nice doing business type wave, and goes back to the paperwork that he was working on his desk.
So about that information.
About Anastasia.
Yeah.
I was wondering if... Okay. Anastasia is having an affair with somebody. And this is a problem as a city official, because you have to sign certain documentation that strictly says that you will not compromise morals of any kind, and you agree to a certain code. If you can break the trust that she has with people, you can break her. If she's having an affair, perhaps there's something else going on there as well. Maybe you could get more out of this than just the fact that she's having an affair. I know exactly where she is located. He pulls out a piece of paper, writes an address on it, hands it over to you. This is her place of residence. If you choose to spy on her to figure out more information, perhaps, I wish you the best of luck with this endeavor. Just look for places to apply pressure with her. She's one of the easier ones to break, from what I understand.
Take the paper out of his hand and say, "Spy? I would never." And then I'll put it in my pocket and turn around.
I don't know, an owl with wings that is also sentient must have some pretty good sight.
I'll just wave over my shoulder as I walk away.
All right.
Here's the bag,
yeah.
boys.
He goes back to his paperwork for real this time. So, you guys now have your information. What are you doing? Oh, I will say, as you guys walk out of the room, you notice about 6 times more people that were outside the door. That as soon as you open the door, they're all busy doing something, but
They weren't there before.
They weren't there before. So you figure that's probably what the nod was about. In case shit went south, he wanted people nearby.
Yes, like
We're not trying to kill everybody.
I will thank Lucian for the introduction on the way out and leave the building.
Yep. Vicar, roll a perception check for me.
Okay. I get a 17.
All right, give me just a second here. I'm gonna.
Percept?
Sorry. I need to pull up a character cheat.
Cassian,
Yo,
you might want to double wrap that lily shit. It's pretty potent.
and you know this because
I could smell it.
shit's way too dank, bro.
You notice Vicar reaching into your pocket is Lucian, and he's not going for anything that's super expensive. He goes for just something, anything that he can find, like a small trinket that is identifiable as yours. Doesn't have to be a value. But you see him going for it. Like he's looking, he's rooting, and you think he's found something, and he's reaching for that thing.
I will grab his hand.
He goes, "You ruined the surprise. I was gonna take it, and then I was gonna show you next time I saw you, and whatever."
You're gonna have to be better than that.
I will.
Maybe
be
next time.
Just hold his hand next time.
All right, so you guys make your way out into the cold of Norhaven.
Feels fine to me.
I'm a murderer and a drug dealer now. Perfect.
Well, it wouldn't be so hard on yourself, Cassian. This is your city, and you stood up for it, and you'll continue to do so.
Cassian just kind of face palms and like puts his arm around Vicar. Fuck.
Well, I know what I'm doing next. I'm gonna go find Anastasia
Boner.
and stake her out. Well, I mean, we do know she's open, right?
Seduce, baby.
It'll be an interesting angle to play for sure. That's one of the angles that
Oh, what
we'll
the
see.
heck?
The cloangle.
So that's what I'm gonna do for the next couple of days, probably just until I get what I need.
All right, you stake her out for the next couple of days. You notice that there's a certain time every other day that she leaves to go to a different house, and she's not wearing the clothes that she normally wears. You guys see in character art how she usually looks. She wears dresses. She looks pretty elegant most of the time. When she leaves her house every other day, she's wearing what the normal citizens of Norhaven wear: browns, grays, fur, and leather. And she does her hair up differently. And she's not wearing any jewelry. And she goes to another house that is more of a simple house and stays there for a number of hours, but always comes back to her place.
I would also like to have to keep eyes on the house that she is going to and see who else leaves.
You do see a rather charming looking man. No distinct features other than the fact that he's good looking. Like we're talking Valen levels of good looking. He's just a guy. She's just having an affair with somebody. It's like it's not as deep as it could be.
I just want to know who it is.
Homan.
How are you going to try to find out who he is? Or you want to know him by sight?
Right, and if he goes anywhere for work or
you can tell that he's the blacksmith's assistant.
Okay.
And the blacksmith not looking too hot. He's got the poison.
While Vicar is on his scouting missions for a couple of days, I'm assuming this is over the course of a few days.
Yeah, do you want to call it another 10 days so you can see if there's any pattern to anything?
Up to Vicar.
Do we have the time for that?
It's up to you guys.
How do we know the blacksmith isn't looking so hot?
Like just sores.
Okay,
yeah.
Vicar, do you think to get closer to Anastasia? Because if he's the blacksmith's apprentice, he probably looks up to him and needs to learn from him and values him. So if we give an antidote to the blacksmith, we could probably gain favor from him and ask him for help to, I don't know, maybe camp out in his house until Anastasia comes.
Well, it's the assistant that is sick, not the blacksmith.
Oh, I
I
thought the
don't-
blacksmith was.
I thought it was the blacksmith that was.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's the blacksmith that's sick, not the assistant. The assistant's the one whose house she's going to.
Yeah, but I'm saying like we could go, and in order to get closer to Anastasia more secretively, we could offer him that we could cure pretty much his master.
I'm gonna scoop Newmont up into my arms and say, "You're such a naive little boy, always thinking the best of people." And I'm gonna give him little head pats. I'm gonna say, "The assistant is waiting for his master to die, and this is
Yeah.
probably why Anastasia's boinking the fucking assistant."
Yep.
Oh, it all makes sense now.
She
I
hoeing.
still think we should get an antidote to that blacksmith when
Yeah.
we can.
That's what I was
Yeah.
gonna mention. I was like, do we have 10 days to wait? I'd like to not if we could.
Additionally,
10
but
days seems
while
like a lot.
while Vicar's doing that, we can decide how many days in a second. I want to take myself, probably shrouded some way, hood up, and I want to take the next highest. Whoever's got good charisma, I want to go to the central like city council, the council building, and I want to see if I can get copies of the documents stating their contractual agreements to not have affairs. I want to have a copy of that.
Right. Hang on. Let me go to maps.
You want stealth or
Warhaven.
charisma or both?
Charisma.
So
Probably charisma
I
because
could
you're gonna have to
probably-
ask for the documents to get.
What about
them.
intimidation?
I mean,
I'm trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah.
Neil.
Mm.
Yeah,
See,
Mine's
we
a
use you a
useful-
lot, buddy, to hurt people, but we need someone with some slickness to him right now, bro.
I think I
I'll
thought
come with you, Cassie.
Kazuri. I thought Kazuri was pretty convincing. It's those eyes that I can't
Kazer's
see.
charming, man. He got this air about him, bro.
I'll get you those documents.
Kazer's
Don't worry
air?
about it.
He already has
he
a
is the
hood.
only one to get some on-screen bussy. So
Mm.
Facts.
Fade to black, fade to black. This is a family channel.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like on screen.
So you make your way to basically the center of town, off to Warden's Hall, and you head inside. You see that this place is basically like, imagine a Viking longhouse, but it's
Oh.
been brought up to like medieval times in terms of updating. Like this is, it was built a long time ago, but it's not in old Norhaven, so it's like old new Norhaven architecture here. And there's torches along the walls. You see some people walking around. It's pretty open, generally speaking. And what time are you going? What time are you here?
Morning,
Morning. You do see Anastasia. She has her own little office. set up.
afternoon, afternoon.
We'd have to call it more like evening after she leaves, and then it's basically just the paper pushers that are there and not the politicians.
They go in and see her and just do a 180 and
Smile away, boys. Smile away.
Yeah, you see, like after on your way out, you look up and do a perception check for me, Cassian and Kazir.
Perception.
I feel like they would know her route based off of our recent
Well,
scouting.
I'm gonna presume that this is all happening at once. Like Vicar hasn't reported
Right.
all of his findings
okay.
yet.
Okay, this is funny.
yeah, he said while I was doing it. Gonna see if you see your little bird friend.
Basically,
15.
15.
7.
With a 15, I'm gonna say you do notice Vicar up in like the rooftops of one of the nearby buildings, and when you look up at him, he's got his head in his hands, shaking his head a little bit. And then that evening is when you kind of tell everybody everything that you've noticed because you don't want that kind of shit happening again. And then they come in late afternoon the next day. Paper pushers there. They look incredibly bored. Most of them aren't doing anything. It's like the medieval version of being on your phone. They're just sitting there like doodling on tablets. And so, what are you doing?
Is there like a reception?
Basically, yeah. That's there. There's when you first walk in, there's a long table full of paper pushers, and that's kind of where you go to ask your general questions, and they direct you to different places within this really large place.
Okay. So I'll walk up to that, and I'll be like, "Hello. So I guess this is where all the great minds of the city are working."
I suppose you could call it that. For me, it's just summer internship. But what can I help you with? What do you need?
Well, I guess I have questions for you then. If you have an internship, I'm actually wanting to work here myself. How'd you go about getting that?
There's a whole process by which you have to go through. Hang on, sorry, I need to pull up the map real quick here. You need to get the internship by going through the archives program. You don't sound like you're from here, but it's what we have. It's basically our biggest library here in the north. And then Fidor or one of his other associates teach you some things. You learn how to read books, and you learn how to do really exciting things like read legal documentation for hours on end. It's great. Highly recommend it.
Riveting.
You get to make a difference to the city, and that's what matters. Do you have any pamphlets on like what I'd need to be qualified, or what the rules would be if I did get the job?
So, are you asking for like an interview, or are you asking for what is
Well,
specifically?
ideally an interview, but before that, maybe like a handbook on what the job entails, just so I can make sure it's worth my while.
So you're shooting for the internship program. So here,
Ideally beyond that, but whatever can get me in the door. But
okay.
ideally, my goal is to be a politician. So if there's a pamphlet on what that would entail, or
So when you say politician, do you mean like assistant level? I'm like intern. I'm low. Then we have our notaries, which are like the next step up. Then we have like our assistant leaders, and then we have leadership positions.
Session 18, the gang goes to the DMV.
and I'll just like take my mask off and put it down, and I'll say, look, I'm here to make big changes in the city if I can, and hopefully make it better for everyone that lives here. So my goal is to be a politician. So I was wondering if you had a book on that.
At this point, he's gonna notice your long ears and the fact that you just did this like gesture of putting the mask down. Roll persuasion or intimidation check for me.
12.
Persuasy.
12. Cassian, are you doing anything to help, or are you just kind of in the background humming around there?
Rubbing his shoulders.
I don't think it's time to unveil the wolf yet, baby. So I'm gonna keep the hood on.
All right. You can tell that you garnered some respect just by saying you want to make a difference, and you're an elf, because he doesn't see those like ever, and you live for a really long time, so you could actually make a difference. And he's just okay. Yeah. So let's go. I'll give you the documentation for the assistant position and the leadership. We have all of our leadership roles are already filled, but here is assistant paperwork, and he hands it to you, and then here is the leadership paperwork. And like I said, the odds of you getting the job outright without the internship process first is very low. So you might have to stop by the archives as well to start that process. But this will at least give you an idea of where you want to be and what you have to sign into.
Okay, well, thanks for your help. Hopefully I'll be seeing you around soon, and I'll grab my mask and put it back on and grab the leaflets and head over to Cassian.
Cool. You see him immediately turn to the person next to him, and he's pointing at your ears and whispering.
And then I'll just walk over to Cassian and say, come on, let's go.
Yep. Cassian jumps up and clicks his heels and follows after Kaiser.
All right. I was really tempted to turn that into a whole like, oh, you need your Title IX, Section 8.
Yeah.
I could see it was going there. I'm like,
The gang goes to the DMV.
I will say though, the documentation you're given is that I won't play it out for the sake of everyone's sanity. going through all this documentation, it takes a lot of time for signing to be a leadership role in Norhaven. The original structure was actually written by the Greys, so a lot of it is based on your ability to be trustworthy, your honor, like abstract points that could be kind of wishy-washy, but then there's hard things set in stone, like you cannot abuse substances and be a leader. You cannot lie to the people openly and be a leader. You cannot embezzle and be a leader. You cannot be unfaithful to your partner or to the people of Norhaven and be a leader. And this is all through hours of digging through paperwork that you're finding this stuff that is legally incriminating, or not incriminating, but the result could kick you out of your job.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Anastasia's husband?
His name's Mark.
It's a regular guy.
Just
Regular
Mark.
guy.
Just Mark, yeah.
Mark.
Mark
He's
from Nordhaven.
Vicar, you spend a whole day watching him. He's got to be one of the most boring guys you've ever seen.
No wonder she's cheating.
Bam.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious immediately
Just
why.
stays inside and plays video games all day, guys.
He's not even
Hold
that
on,
interesting.
hold on.
That's crazy.
He's not
He
even that
doesn't
interesting.
have- he doesn't have hobbies. He doesn't even like read. He just sits there and just like stares at a wall for a lot of the time. Like
Is he
he's
okay?
not.
You need the
Can I do an
first-
insight check on this guy?
Yeah, is he gonna kill himself tonight?
Holy shit.
Well, soon enough,
What
buddy.
the hell? I think he already knows, guys.
I'm exaggerating. He's just a very like his hobby is like candle making. He's not.
Yeah.
Watching paint dry.
Yeah.
I like to
he-
believe that he's tried everything at least once, but he's not good at any of it. So he just has piles of different
Oh,
hobby
yeah.
materials around the
You see
house.
some shitty pottery that you think might have been made by a 12-year-old, but then you realize that there's a pottery reel in his study.
Oh, damn.
Been used once. You know, he's that type of guy. It's just
This guy's me.
Jesus.
Oh no, Dave. We love you, Dave.
All right, so we meet back up at the manor, and I share with everybody what I've found, that Anastasia is sleeping with the blacksmith's assistant, and her husband's one boring motherfucker.
Numa, can you read these for us?
I can't read shit.
yeah. Even though you like reading is difficult for you, this is like I would say you actually couldn't read this with how many like C section XYZ for ABC, and then you go there and then it tells you about another subset. Like it would be impossible for you to do this.
So what did you guys find?
Yeah, she'll just put like that page on the table that actually lists the like concrete rules about infidelity, and then we'll say, so we have this, and there's specifically a rule here that says you cannot be unfaithful to your partner. So I guess what we need now is some hard evidence that links her to actually cheating.
Well, I mean, what do you
Sniff
want me
his
to do? Paint a picture?
I'm just saying, maybe
We need her
her
OnlyFans
husband-
link,
maybe
bro.
her husband would give a testimony.
Well, yeah, we have two ways of going about this, right? We could either let someone else know that this is going on and tell them where to look, and
If she
get
gets
her
kicked- if she
get
gets
her
kicked out of her
removed.
position, we
Who
don't
replaces
really-
her?
Yeah, then we
Yeah,
don't.
that's what I was getting at, right? So unless we have some way of, like falling or winning that replacement slot, I think that the better idea would be to let her know that we know, and
That's what I was thinking. is we-
and tell her that we'll keep her secret, and she can continue getting rammed by the blacksmith's hammer
Yikes.
if she plays
His
ball.
long sword. If you
Vicar,
will.
Yeah, I think that makes
Vicar,
sense.
can you brainstorm with me for just a moment? I'm concerned that if we reveal what we know to her, her patterns will change, and we might lose her trail. I know you're very capable, and I'm sure you can find it again. I have faith that you will, but I'd rather not have to spend more time doing that again.
Well, if she leaves the city, then she's gone and we're back to replacing her. But yeah, I agree. I mean, like, if there was some way of maybe if we could intercept like some letters or something like that, if there was some kind of like love letter that we could get,
Hard evidence.
maybe I
Yeah.
could snoop
DM,
around.
DM, I have a question for you above table because I'm not sure how to go about it, and maybe you can give me some ideas.
Mhm.
I Cassian specifically would be looking for more in depth than just Anastasia sleeping with the blacksmith assistant, and more something along the lines of Anastasia is sleeping with the blacksmith assistant, and the blacksmith assistant is gaining favor in the city by supplying the military with the arms that they like. Is there some sort of extortion going on, or is there like a it's not just two people that are like madly in love and having an affair? Like, is the blacksmith gaining something directly from this affair? Is there like
It
is
is
there
not-
is there a level deeper?
You wouldn't know because you haven't probed deep enough. You've looked at people from a distance, and I'm being generous with saying that you found some hobbies or even a name. Like, you don't, like, you can observe patterns of behavior from a distance, but as soon as someone closes their door, unless you got magic or some way of scrying on them, then it gets real hard seeing what's done behind closed doors. You're filling in some of the gaps yourselves here. So it's like you've never seen a letter being exchanged between them. It doesn't mean that they haven't been written.
We would either have to spend more time and get more involved more closely, or find some sort of documentation like a letter, or we would just have to let her know that we know.
I mean,
But
potentially
there's risk in that.
potentially the blacksmith knows something about it. It's him and his assistant. There's a good chance he knows. Maybe if we give him a cure,
He could vouch for it.
He could vouch for it, or
Yeah.
maybe tell us more. I don't know.
Additionally, Kazor, can you look inside those documents? Is there a page on termination? What exactly happens if you are found in violation of the rule? We know that it's forbidden, but is it automatic job loss? Is it probationary period? Is there a reporting system in place to self-govern this kind of thing, or what happens if?
Yeah, let me look really quick, and I'll open the book, and then I won't speak for another 2 hours.
Yeah, that's basically how long it takes to find the information you need. So after another 2 hours almost of looking through, you find that it just results in immediate termination with no chance of having any sort of political power again. You can't go back into a political field after you've been found guilty of anything that removed you from a high level of office.
So, Vicar, we need hard evidence, and then we need to tell her either change your tune or never work in the city again.
I think we start with the blacksmith. I think we see what he knows and offer him the cure for his.
This is what I said 20 minutes ago.
Yes.
You know what?
Yeah,
You're so fucking smart, you genius baby.
But I am
Kissed him on the
naive.
forehead.
Well, yeah. So your idea was to gain favor with the assistant by curing the blacksmith. My idea is to cure the blacksmith and get the blacksmith to basically
Be a little rat.
Be a little rat.
rat boy.
Yeah.
Listen,
Little
I
rat
only
boy.
have half ideas. You guys got to fill in the rest.
And our main objective is to somehow solidify that and basically kick her out of the office, because then that would show that there'd be mistrust in their government, and that they should listen to us instead of them. That's like the whole goal.
In my opinion, the goal isn't to get her kicked out of
Correct.
office, because then we don't have any benefit. The goal is to keep her there with dirt on her so we can control her
put her
actions.
in our pocket.
Then what do we do
so
with that?
The only other thing that I would say is like, I'm a drug dealer, I'm a murderer, now I'm controlling politicians. Like,
Hey,
I'm not exactly being a good example of a gray at this point, boys.
I'll take the hit for the extortion. Okay, that's well within my wheelhouse.
Yeah, if we have dirt on her and we could pressure her, when we do the demonstration, she could vouch for us, or we
that works.
Reveal that dirt on her.
And we can
so
make
then
her
the entire town.
So then we have someone
voting
in the
would be more
church.
gray friendly.
Yeah, so then we have someone in the church in the demonstration being cured, and we also have someone in the government vouching that our demonstration is working, and we have an actual antidote.
I'm not opposed to it, because as you already know, my moral compass has shifted more unironically gray as I've hung out with
Oh, it's spinning.
Okay, but you have to understand that we are going to make sure that we're going to have to make sure that we cover our tracks so that so at some point someone doesn't come out and say, well, the Greys are extortionists and murderers and drug dealers, because then the whole thing's fucking bunk anyway. We might as well just burn Norhaven to the ground.
He does have a point.
I
What a
can-
reasonable
You could
logic.
not come, I suppose, Cassian.
I could handle it alone.
Cool,
If
I'll
you
just
wanted.
sit here in my fucking dead wife's bedroom and cry while you
Oh
guys
my
save the
God.
city. That's exactly what I fucking wanted.
Go
I'd
do
like
more
to
strength trials.
I'd like to do a quick time check in my head on how long people have to live before they have serious problems with if they're known to be ill. Because if we know the blacksmith is ill and we wait like 20 days, like
You've
I'm
never known someone to live longer than a month, and people
Okay.
have died as soon as 10 days.
Yeah.
right. That's what I was like. Okay. Yeah. So like, if we know the blacksmith is sick and we wait another 20 days, there's a high probability that he just dies. 50-50 maybe.
Yeah, I think our
We
next
don't
move
know
is
how
to,
long he's been sick for.
No, yeah,
Right.
exactly. So it's like
our next move would be to talk to him about it.
Yeah.
But my next move is to take 5 minutes and go to the bathroom and get a new drink.
All right,
BP
let's take
time.
a 5-minute break right here, and we'll come back.
Let's
No,
make
hey.
it like 10 because I need to go take Advil and I already
You
ate some
too?
food.
I
Alright.
took some right beforehand. I feel you.
All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes then. We'll
Cool.
call
How do I mute all this?
everyone better be back here before 8:30.
Yes.
8:40.
Dave, what you can do is you can turn off the sound inputs for the stream and then put the be right back symbol up.
That's I noticed I didn't have it on this one. Oh no, there it is. I did have to be right back. That's where it is. Bam.
And then just mute all the audio inputs and then like play Rock and roll McDonald's.
Yeah, we're good. We're back.
Okay. So, what do you guys plan to do before we get into that? If you do have cameras, could you turn them on, please? Because we like to see your pretty faces. But, what are you guys doing?
I'll put on pants if you want that. Give me.
Well, you don't have to.
I think it'd be
mean-
exciting if you left them off, to be honest.
think it's
Twitch doesn't
TOS.
care, I don't think.
Oh,
I
you
don't
just
know,
need
X.
like a black line across it or something, and then you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just go put it in the just chatting channel, and then
Yep,
you're
yep.
good to go.
Isn't that kick?
Cool as hot tubs and D&D.
But
So, I guess we were talking about doing the blacksmith.
yeah.
Next?
we're gonna talk
Yeah,
to
see
him.
if we could get information from him by offering him a cure.
Mm-hmm. Or
Wait,
get him to.
whenever we get to do our in-person session, we definitely do need to do it in a hot tub and have the name of the stream be
Oh
Pool
my-
Hot Tubs and TNT. That would be so funny.
God,
Okay,
that
I'm
would
sorry.
work,
I
too.
thought that was a great idea.
I do not drink in hot tubs anymore.
Oh yeah, I feel that. Mhm.
Neither do I.
Me neither.
Bad
Really
experience.
Tony and I learned the hard way.
I almost drowned.
Hello?
Almost died of alcohol poisoning.
Holy.
I almost bled out.
All right, these are stories for another day. Don't incorporate hot tubs into D&D and alcohol.
So, you
Turn out those
guys are
jets.
throwing around some different ideas. What are you doing here?
General consensus was to go and talk with the blacksmith, see what he knows, and if he is aware or can become aware and would help us with that. You know, I think we're gonna give him the cure either way, and then afterwards we're gonna. I don't want to lord it over him and be like, "Help us out," or we're not going to give this to him. You know, we want to give it to him anyways, and then see if he'll help us.
Agreed.
Right?
So you guys need to figure out who's going to talk to him and how that's going to work. So, getting into character, what's happening here? What are you doing? Specifics.
Cassian, do you want to be involved in this?
I think if we are going to talk to Anastasia, I'd like to reveal myself to her just so she understands that you guys are not bullshitting about the Greys making a comeback or whatever. But in terms of negotiating with the blacksmith, all he needs to know is that you can make him better now.
Yeah. Well, somewhat soon.
Maybe Kai and I could go talk with him about that. I mean,
You need
whoever,
someone
if
who
somebody
can-
wants to come.
Yeah,
You
I
need
can
a
help.
silver tongue, and you need someone who can be a little scary when they need to be. That's my suggestion.
I have a red
I
tongue.
could be scary.
Yep, Sid, you could. I hopefully we won't have to use that, but I would like to keep this friendly.
Better to have it and not use it than need it and not have it.
Agreed.
I was thinking along the lines like that as well. Like, are we able to give a couple people that we think we might be able to get, even if we don't think they're going to do it? Like, if we pass out 5 of the potions to help out people before we do the demonstration, because now a demonstration's great, but if we have support from a couple random people, that would be very helpful. It's like planting the seed. Like a lot of people do that for demonstrations, huh?
Well, we gave
I
out
think-
50 vials.
We did do that already with the airdrop, the propaganda drop.
Okay, so they were a part of that. Okay, that's
I,
what I
belie-
couldn't
I
remember.
believe so.
I thought we were gonna
DM,
give
I
them-
know.
Okay.
I know you said this. The general vibe was confusion when we first did the propaganda drop, but was there any positive feedback from the vials from the cure being passed out? Were people kind of chattering that it was different or felt different or operated differently or?
You guys, I remember you handing out seeds. I don't remember you handing out doses of.
So we
That-
created the 50 doses and we haven't distributed them.
That was my problem
Okay.
because we've been extending that, and I was like, I didn't think we did that yet.
I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
you did. I think you were saving all of the doses for like one big demonstration, and then you were going to
Yeah.
hand out a bunch of shit. But Quentin was going to be the guy that was like, "Oh, look at me, I'm better," and you were going to make a big deal
And hand out potions.
about him being sick and then him being better.
Well, Dave, I think, or I'm sorry, who's Dave? No, I think that's a good idea. If we hand out some now, then during the demonstration, we can talk to them, ask them to be involved, and say, "Yeah, I was sick, and now I'm better."
Jacob, you saw my message.
Yeah, I did.
No, yeah, I agree with you.
So we can start with the
Vicar.
blacksmith.
Okay. Vicar can easily point the way to go. Who's
So
going?
whoever's coming,
I will.
let's go.
Yeah, like
I'm coming to be scary.
you guys are good.
We're so scary. Scary.
It's like, while they're doing that, can I hand out like 5 or so? Just kind of walk through the streets. I mean, I don't know if Kazir and I both go. It's I don't say it's super important, but just to hand out a few.
Do
people.
a persuasion check for me because you're kind of a big guy that people aren't really used to, and you're looking strange in a foreign place.
It's
I'll
like,
help Kai with that,
hey.
though. I'll help Kai.
Yeah, it's like,
Like,
he's with
"Take
me.
this strange, vile person.
How many
Greatness,
times
I
I have to
promise
do that?
it's
I have to do that
great.
a lot.
No, just one check for general, like if people even accept it. It's kind of like your vibe check for walking through the streets today.
Dude, I gotta start only doing 1 rolls per round.
Did you get a natural one?
No, at 20.
Oh, nat 20.
That's what I
Okay,
was like,
all
I'm
right.
just gonna do 1 per day and just leave it at that.
You do this. What gets the ball kind of rolling on this is you kneel down to a child who has this poison, and you smile, and your teeth are just white and pearly, and your eyes are yellow and intense. Basically, the look Zen just had right there. But the kid, for some reason, has a stuffed animal of a dragon and puts his hand on your snout and then starts giggling and then takes it and then drinks it before the mom can say anything
Oh,
about
that cute as hell. Goddamn. Bro.
it. So she looks terrified for a second, but then she realizes her daughter's fine and that you just kind of like ruffle the hair and then you smile at her, give her a nod, and then you walk throughout the streets. So you're able to pass these things out. People are definitely willing to accept them from you and seem kind of curious as to why this dragonborn is passing out this liquid. I'm assuming, are you saying something or just passing it out?
I would have liked to have. I would say it's like, hey, I know I may come off a little different than you may perceive. I don't look like a lot of people here. But my preference is to try to help as many people as I can, and my God is helping me do that at the same time. So as a token of gratitude, please let me help you. This is something that'll help keep you a little warm even, and my presence is also warm to them. So then as I'm handing that out, I'm trying to slowly be friendly, but then also slightly go into the fact that like I'm religious and that like a God is helping me do this, and I'm doing it more so for my God than I'm trying to help people. Kind of.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're letting them know it's a cure for the
Yes.
sickness, right?
I have a question, Mr. DM, please, sir.
Yep.
Well, I guess it's more for the whole party, but I want to do it above table and maybe retroactively to Dave already talking to these people.
Okay.
Did we, as a group, decide whether or not we were going to be like, P.S. the Greys are back? Are we doing that with these vials? Because that's part of the reveal of the Greys, like being better, right? So
Courtesy
Right.
of the Grays, right?
Yeah.
So should it be like, psst, by the way, the Greys did this?
This is wolf piss.
I think so.
Yeah.
I would think I would do that if the person, I would say, I would categorize it as someone who doesn't look rebellious, as in like a lot of younger people. If they're older, I would probably do that. A kid, probably, because then they'd get it in their head. But anyone who's probably in like, I would say our age, like the 20s realm, I might stray away from that just from personal knowledge. That's what I would do. If there's older people, right, that's what I would say, hey, by the way.
Well, if you're only handing out a couple, there's plenty of people who are sick, so you can target those people that
Yeah.
you do want to let know.
Yeah,
So,
I would probably target older people.
all right. Yeah. With the exception of the one child, you target old people for the rest of them, and then, it's received well by people.
If it helps, I do have a perk. I didn't need to use it, but it's like once a day I get like a advantage on charisma checks and persuasion.
Well, you definitely didn't need it for that
It
one.
wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah, I know. It's like there's
Alright.
some charisma in there.
So you're passing these vials out as Vicar's leading you to the place. It takes a little while to get to the blacksmith's shop, but you get there just fine. No check needed. You see plenty of different instruments hanging from the rafters inside the shop. There's all different sorts of those iron S meat hooks and chain and just everyday stuff that people in Norhaven would need a regular ass blacksmith for. and he's sitting there hammering away. You can see that he's not looking so hot. His assistant is there with him, helping him out. He's doing the billows to keep the fire nice and warm. Joe, mute yourself, please.
Ticky.
Blue
Thank you.
keycaps.
Switches.
So yeah,
Vicar, real quick,
Go ahead.
Vicar, before you head out, I would have reminded you to like maybe not strong arm's not the right word, but see if you can extract some information to see if maybe the blacksmith is specifically providing someone ranking in the city a service in exchange. Do they have like a military contract or a police contract or something along those lines?
Okay.
Okay, they're just there hammering away.
Okay. Hang up. I'll do that later. So, greetings, blacksmith.
Hello.
So fucking stupid. Oh my god.
How is that stupid?
I don't know, but it just is.
All right, buddy. Well,
We all laughed.
you're not looking so good, my friend.
I have felt better. It is true. Is there something
How long
that
have you been?
need to purchase?
Well, I was wondering if I could talk with you for a moment. How long have you been sick for?
I've been sick for about 15 days.
Some don't even make it that long.
I know. I don't have long. I can't afford the antidote, and quite frankly, I don't think that anyone is around left to give it to me, so
Well, you might be in luck. I might be able to help you with that. We might be able to help you with that.
I can't afford it. I don't know if you heard me or not, but
I heard you. We want to help you anyways. Is there someplace that we could talk privately?
he gestures around. There's nobody in the shop except for you and the assistant. He views his assistant as like an extension of him, you can kind of tell. Is this not private enough?
No.
He looks at the assistant and just kind of does this like squint eye, like, okay, and then nods his head, and then he calls you into the smithing area, back into like this one little small back room where there's just some you can tell this is where he sketches his ideas of what he wants to smith.
So, I don't know if you've seen any of the pamphlets recently.
I have.
So you're familiar with what's going on. That's good. We are the ones responsible for discovering what was going on with the malfeasance in the church, and we've been able to replicate the antidote that they've been charging a fortune for. And I want to give one to you.
For free.
For free.
Why did this need to be in a private room?
Well, that part...
I'm very grateful, but...
That part, not necessarily, but I was wondering what you know about... How long has your assistant worked here?
He's been working with me for the last 5 years. He's a good
So would you...
He's got a strong arm.
Would you say you know him pretty well?
We don't talk about personal life very much. It's mostly talk shop, you know. We're not very touchy-feely as blacksmiths.
Sure. Has anybody ever come in to visit him?
Apart from just viewing his work, no. I mean, people come visit him and me all the time. We have regulars that come and purchase things.
Not someone who's necessarily coming in to buy wares. Just someone coming in to visit.
No. I can't recall a time that has happened.
Okay. Do you have like a contract with anybody in the city?
Um,
For your
we don't have
wares?
a contract with anybody in the city. I know that we've supplied some guards with things, but no contracts in place.
Is there a main blacksmith in the city that supplies the guards or has some sort of like government contract?
As far as I'm aware, I don't think that there is one. I mean, we are the biggest city in the north, but that being said, we're fairly self-reliant. For some people can make their own tools that they need to, and there's a couple of us blacksmiths spread throughout the city, but not one of us holds a monopoly. We're pretty we're well scattered enough that we don't step on each other's toes, and we make a good enough profit, a good enough living at what we do. We're not vying for control over certain contracts.
And there's nothing like that like ever like could be like there's not like an annual bid for contracts in the city or anything like that. You just all kind of do your own thing evenly and separately.
No, as part of our guild is the Forge Guild here. We have a structure set in place to specifically avoid that. There is no way to have a single monopoly. If there were ever to be a contract that's waged, let's say some fucking miracle happens and the Greys start coming back in mass and they recruit a bunch of people and they need a ton of weapons, or there's a war that begins, then at that point the blacksmiths of the city would come together to meet and agree on a shared profit and how distribution would work, but not a single one of us would have complete control over that situation.
I'm gonna turn to who's here, by the way.
It's
Sid and I.
Okay, so just Sid and Newmont,
Excuse me, yeah.
and just be like, and quietly aside, it doesn't seem like he knows this assistant very well on a personal level, and it doesn't seem like there's any like advantage to be made.
What happens
like,
when he dies?
Well, one advantage we could have is he just mentioned the Greys coming back, and if there was a war, if it
Sure,
ever
but-
gets,
But this politician that we're interested in does not know anything about the Greys coming back in force.
Right.
Yeah,
what happens if he dies?
Yeah.
To this
So
blacksmith shop.
if you were to die from this sickness, what would be the next step for your shop?
I assume that Subic would take over. He's been under me for the last 5 years, so
Do you know if anyone's been under him?
well, what do you mean? Has he been training someone in private behind my back?
Well, they're definitely working on some kind of sword play.
He pieces together what you're talking about at this point. He goes, "We don't talk a lot about our day-to-day lives and emotions, but I do know that he has been seeing somebody on and off for the last year and a half."
Do you know any specifics on this person?
No, like I said, we don't really go into detail. I don't need to know the details of his personal life. I don't really give a shit. And even if I did ask him, I don't think he would tell me. He seems to be pretty withholding with that information. He just mentioned that he was seeing somebody because he was late to work one day, and he said that he had stayed up late the night before.
How is he as a businessman?
He's learning. His sales pitches need some work, but he's learning.
What about his intentions?
With me, with the shop, with his
With the shop.
Well, he is going to be my assistant, and at some point he will be my partner. And when I die, he will be the person who runs the shop, and then he will get his own assistant.
Well, and I'm gonna pull out the antidote and I'm going to hand it to him. What I'm about to ask you is not conditional on you
Well,
receiving
he
this.
already has uncorked it and downed it.
Yeah.
So if you hand it to him, it's
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. So that is yours. Between you and I, the Greys are coming back. And they're the ones that are making these antidotes for the town.
I am for the Greys. I've not outright supported them in the past, but I've always had a good opinion of them. This is definitely helping my opinion.
Would you be able to help me with something? It would require some discretion, but I'd like to show you something at some point.
Sure.
Can you... I'm going to peek around. I'm going to step out of the area that we're in and see if there's where the assistant is.
His name is Subik, and Subik
Subik.
is he's taken up the hammering process, but he's working on some just mundane nails at this point because it's harder to work on a whole sword without another person there helping you. So he's just doing more of the basic day-to-day stuff at this point.
I'm gonna go I'm gonna head out that way. I'm just gonna say, Newmont, if things need to get spooky, come get me. And I'm gonna keep his attention since I'm part of the Forge Guild. I'm gonna ask him questions about hammering technique and alloys and whatever the hell else I can come up with to keep him away from the room.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, I'll go back in and be like, so like I said, this will require some discretion. Can I trust you with that?
Yes, I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of honor. I'm of the old traditions here.
So it's come to my attention that your assistant is sleeping with one of the council members that's married.
One of the leaders of Norhaven.
Yes.
Well, that's fucked.
I love your choice of words.
So why are you telling me this?
Well, this member is not particularly friendly with the Greys, and I wanted to show you so that if I confronted her about it, that I would have somebody that's a staple in the community that would be aware so that she couldn't just deny it.
I do foresee a problem potentially. I mean, I will do this, but I'm just a fucking blacksmith. People aren't going to listen to me when one of the leaders' authorities are being questioned without hard proof, without evidence of this. Is there anything else that you might have on her? Have you raided her room or fucking, I don't know, have you found something that's concrete?
Not yet. But I wanted someone close that would be realistically know. And since it's your assistant, I think people would be more inclined to believe that you would know.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I will come with you. You can show me what you're going to show me. I'm not going to watch my assistant fuck a leader of the city, but
I wouldn't ask you to do that.
As long as I get the gist of what's happening and it's provable, to me at least.
So I'll tell him like a time to meet me in a discreet location where he can watch Anastasia enter his assistant's residence.
Okay. You're surprised to learn that he doesn't know where where his assistant's residence was. He just he showed up for work and then he did his job and then he went back home. So he's like, oh, so this is where he lived. Yeah, so he meets you at the time and place that you designate, and you show him what happens, and he just kind of sitting there stone-faced. He's very stoic looking in this moment, even though he's just kind of like a normal, lively-ish kind of extroverted guy. He's gotten real quiet. He's not acting like what you have come to know him be his normal self as. Was this in the same day or is this the next day?
I'm not sure. Like, so Vicar would have learned at this point, like when the times are. So
it would have been the next day in this case. So
okay,
you notice that although he still has the black sores on his body, there's like a life to his skin that wasn't there before. It was very pale and emaciated, and there's some color coming back to him. So you can tell that the antidote is working, and he has obviously noticed because he looks like he feels different when
Sure.
he sees it. All right, but you show him all this stuff. After it's all said and done, he just kind of looks at you and says, "All right, what next? What do I do now?"
if I need you, I will call on you.
All right. Are you having some sort of demonstration? The flyer said something about some sort of demonstration.
Yes, we are, and I would love for you to be there so that you can talk about your experience with it.
Absolutely. Yes, I would gladly give my voice. I mean, people in this area of town have seen what I've looked like over the last 15 days. They've seen my deterioration. They know that my sickness was genuine, or I guess it's poison, but
Sure. Yeah.
they will notice a difference. I'm already feeling better. If this is going to be in the next 10 day, I might be fully recovered by then. I don't know.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that, and I'll see you at the demonstration.
All right. I wish you good luck. And he pulls out his hand and he's just like, ready to shake. I wish you good luck. As you're shaking, he just says, "Can I interest you in a pair of? I've got some really nice chain. I've got some manacles. We've got some daggers. You look like someone who likes to sneak around places."
I have plenty of daggers. Thank you, though.
All right. And you can't blame me for trying.
No, of course not.
Have a good one. You and your stoic, burly friend, and the one who looks a bit squirrely.
Hi, Mr. Blacksmith.
Nice.
The name is Thalgrim, just so you know.
Stalgrim.
Thalgrim.
Sitting on that.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Blacksmith.
All right, so we go back to the manor, and I will have discussed all of this with Cassian. So,
Well, hold on. Did I learn anything good from that nerd as I was
Oh, true.
distracting him?
Uh,
For blacksmith techniques?
A blacksmithing. Oh yeah. So you're trying to actually learn something in terms of blacksmith. I thought you were just trying to distract.
No,
him.
I was
Well,
I was
both.
killing two birds with one.
can be
Volcano
can be
loves
both
those.
things.
Okay.
Mhm.
Roll. I'm gonna do this. You roll a. Is your wisdom or intelligence higher?
My wisdom is higher.
So roll a wisdom check and add your proficiency bonus.
Wisdom. Okay. I just clicked the wisdom like tile itself, right?
Yeah.
That was a 4.
Okay. Plus your proficiency bonus, which is like what?
3.
Plus 3. Okay. So yeah, 7. He's doing an okay job of explaining it. Like he's doing a better than average job of explaining it. But he needs to have explained it a lot better to you in this moment because you're not understanding a lot of what he's talking about. There is some overlap. You do learn like a new technique of holding your hammer, and that you different sizes and different weights of hammer do different things, but you don't pick up on really what you're supposed to be using which hammer for. You just know that it's important to learn that now.
Nice.
Excellent.
But yeah, that conversation lasts for a while because when you get nerds to talk about their topic, you can distract them all day. And he doesn't seem like a bad kid by any means. Like, yeah, he's doing something he knows he shouldn't be doing.
That was
but
going to be my
But
next
can
question.
you
Is,
blame
as I'm
him?
learning from him, am I?
Yeah, no insight check required. He's borderline autistic, but other
same.
than that, nothing really wrong with him. He's just got a really passionate interest about what he does, and he enjoys his work.
Word.
And a passionate interest in her. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Deep passion.
Yeah. So
GM,
yes.
while these folks were doing that, I would like to believe that Cassian and some sort of backup would have gone back to the Thieves Guild and secured the funding for the additional potion creation.
When you go back, Valen looks at you and says, "No, that's not really what I was talking about. What I was saying was I fund it because I have to smuggle it into the city myself, I will pay for that process for the transportation of materials, and then I will supply it to the Gray Manor free of charge. It's
Oh, the
not like I am
materials.
paying you to purchase the material from me. I'm just cutting out the you have to pay me process.
Ah,
It will be delivered to the Gray Manor in a matter of I'll need at least a 10-day to get a new shipment of materials.
All right, well then I'm gonna act like he didn't just fuck me on live television, and I'm gonna hand him all the documents that he needs and all the materials that I need.
Okay.
He's gonna know exactly.
Okay, he looks through the different potions list for the antidote, and he goes, "Interesting. I mean, I'm no chemist, but these materials will take some time to get ourselves because we were going through the church before, so we will have to set up new supply routes. We will have to find a new supplier. Like I said, it will take at least a 10-day to get things rolling on this before we can get your next shipment."
Cassian just leaves.
Yeah. As you're leaving, he says, "They're from the very far west, so it's going to take time. Sorry."
In the middle of a sentence, the door is closed.
You see Lucian.
I'm a bad drug dealer. I'm not even a good drug dealer.
You see Lucian is sitting there flipping a coin at the bottom of the stairs with like this charismatic look, and then he just kind of looks at you and gets this grin on his face, like this shit-eating grin. He's not like being outright disrespectful to you. He's not trying to show disrespect, but he thinks the situation's a little funny with your attitude.
It's gonna be hilarious when his head is hanging from my belt.
Well,
Alright.
then you'll be the second most handsome person in the building.
At least I won't be a bad drug dealer.
I don't know, if you kill the person who's responsible for supplying your stuff, that's pretty bad drug dealing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what are you guys doing now? You all convening at some place to discuss?
Yeah, at the manor, and I'll have informed everybody about the goings on at the blacksmith, and that he's not. There doesn't really seem to be any contract or any like motive for like owning that blacksmith, like smithery, forge, and that he's willing to speak at the demonstration, and if need be, speak on the behalf of his assistant sleeping with Anastasia. But he did recommend that we find some sort of concrete evidence as well, because he doesn't really seem to think that people will take his word.
Yeah, I think we do need some concrete evidence.
It would be
Before we
better.
go to Anastasia, it's like she's just gonna say that's false, and then where do we go from there?
Well, we can wait until he leaves to go to work. It seems like he's there for a very long time. We know when he's there. We can even have Thorgrim?
Thalgrim, I think is his name.
Thalgrim. Make sure he doesn't leave, you know? And we can go through his stuff and see if there's any evidence.
I think that will be the safer bet than trying to go into Anastasia's place.
She's a little more high profile, and her husband's just going to be there staring at the wall, so might be a little harder.
Oh yeah, maybe working on his pottery.
Yeah, you know, Sid, you could come and ask him about his candle making.
No, I'm good.
Do we know how many days it's been since the...
Well, it was about, I think we took like 2 days to survey them, and then another, I think it's been about 3 days.
Right? I was like, it hasn't been that many days. I'm just trying to semi-confirm that with the DM that we weren't thinking it's over 10. It's like 3 to 4.
Well, it's going to take you at least 4 days to recognize any kind of pattern. So that first 4 days was his recon. You guys got the paperwork during those 4 days, after, kind of closer to the end of the third day. And then you just took today to talk to the blacksmith and then you observed the time period that happened where they were having the affair, which was the day after that. So we're looking at 6 days at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
At least 6 days.
Yeah.
Got it. Is there anything that, like, since we're basically doing a couple of, like, side missions that aren't super involved, except for me, you know, I would be spending a lot of time analyzing, but could we have, like, people doing stuff in the meantime? Since there's going to be, like, about a week?
Yeah, it depends on what you guys want to do.
I'm just throwing it out there for anybody if they want to have done anything in this time.
Did everybody want to do anything, or are we just kind of progressing
know.
through this?
My big question is just, do we want to? How long can we wait before we do the demonstration? Are we okay with doing another 10 days?
There is no, as far as you set yourselves a certain time to have the demonstration.
Yeah, did we put that?
I don't think you ever actually
set
had like a hardcore day that you
Yeah.
set. You just
Okay.
talked about setting one. So
Okay.
Well, we got to do this first anyways, so... Anybody have anything else that they want to say about that, or are we gonna
keep translating the book if we're just waiting for a few days?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the assistant's house then.
Yeah, and you got the poem, right, Kazer?
I did, yeah, I did.
Okay. That's what you got. I'm gonna say
another one.
with the week that you had plus basically this week of downtime, that's how long it took you to translate that kind of stuff. Going forward, just above table, you're gonna translate things as we are ready for them. It's not
Totally
gonna be
valid.
like
Totally valid.
yeah.
There's a lot to unpack with that one, but I just wasn't sure if I'd get like, maybe next.
No,
session.
we're gonna sit down for 6 months and not do anything else other than read.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so we're going
so
to the assistant's house.
All right.
And we're gonna look around.
You go to Subik's house, and you're waiting for him to leave. He leaves. No one around, as far as you know, based on your observation of patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna try to break in?
I'm gonna pick that lock, baby.
All right, you got them platinum tools.
Yep.
Let's see you roll another natural one and have them not break this time.
It's not gonna happen. I got a 24.
24.
Oh God, damn.
It's something about these new tools that you got. You just feel better about it, and just like seamlessly. The rest of you guys kind of stand away, even though this guy doesn't have a trap on his front door. Like, why would he? Instinctively, all of you kind of take a step back, except for Cassian. And almost as soon as you insert the picks, like 2 seconds, it's open.
I'll wave everybody inside.
Damn, skeleton key OP.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys all head inside. Tell me what you're looking for.
All right, gang, split up and look for clues.
Are we squad deep again?
Yeah, I would. Does somebody want to stay outside and just keep watch?
I'm gonna stay outside.
Yeah, I could.
Not me.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Wait, Numot, you should use those keen eyes of yours to look for things. I'm going to stay outside with Sid because the two of us can rough anybody up. Numot, you are good at looking with your eyeballs.
Did I look for any parchment that
Yeah, I'm looking for
has
love
any
letters
type
or-
of letters of like meeting times or love letters or where to meet when she's coming over?
One of you roll perception, the other one roll investigation.
I got the perception.
I have +4 to investigation.
I got a 24.
Okay.
I
24.
got a 22 for investigation.
Okay. So yeah, you guys as a team are really efficient in how you are looking for these
Oh
things.
yeah, Newmont.
Newmont points out areas of like, here's where that would be if it was here. And then you go through those areas quickly, filtering through the paperwork. Nothing here suggests anything that he would have in terms of love letters or anything like that.
What about any like clothing garments of hers?
Underwear.
Yeah.
Under the bed, you do find one interesting smelling and slightly sticky pair of underwear.
You wrong for
and-
that, hoe.
I pick it up with my quarterstaff at the end of it, and I swing it toward Vickers' face, and I go, "I think I found something."
Oh God.
Smells like you did.
And it is a woman's pair of underwear. It's not his. So
I hate it here. This is a dumb game.
Don't cover your camera. We all know you have a boner.
Not anymore.
The thing is, though, is this could be anybody's pair. So how could
Yeah.
we even?
Yeah.
Is there?
that's
Are they
not
like
evidence.
really nice? Like,
they are extremely nice. Like they,
Ooh.
you haven't seen. The Greys are probably the wealthiest family in Norhaven, and the Greys don't have underwear like this.
Katarina ain't got those?
Yeah, and you guys would know.
Watch your motherfucking
oh
mouth.
my lord! We just hear blows
I'm about to-
landing
I'm-
outside
I'm
the
a-
front door.
I will TPK us right now. I will find a way, and everyone will fucking die.
Zen's gonna have a stroke.
I mean, you guys
Vicar.
are outside. You two are outside. I don't know.
Yeah,
Vicar,
we're
do
outside.
you
We don't
think?
know how nice those panties are.
Do you think we could potentially?
Matt.
They're already here, so we're not really planting them. But could we kind of hide them
Ooh, good idea.
somewhere? So if she
Yeah.
does deny it, we could say, "Well, we saw her go into his house."
Yes, absolutely. Good idea.
And
Well, whose
then-
cum is in your panties.
Couldn't be.
We could
anybody
always
else.
like bring people to the house to disprove her wrong, and then
Could
these
also
glamorous.
We could also like confront her with them because at the end of the day, she's gonna know that they're hers.
Mm-hmm.
Then she's.
But
gonna
then
know
they're
that
not
we
in
know
his
for
house.
sure. No, but
You do a sniff test.
We could just tell her that we
She
have
will.
them.
Oh my
I guess that'd
God.
be weird, but
that would
I
be-
think we hide them. I think Numat's right. I think that's a good way because then we could.
Say, well,
basically
if you
prove
were
that she's
never in
been
there,
there.
then we
Then why
won't
is
find
this here?
anything in
Yeah.
there. But we will
Yeah.
know exactly where they are.
Jacob
And he
admitted that
wouldn't be
there
able
were
to move
panties in the scene as a joke, and you guys are fucking running with it now, and it's crazy.
Yep.
Anyways,
I was just like, so
Sticky
how does this
panties. Let's stick
actually-
them on the
I'm
fucking
hiding 'em.
ceiling.
I'm hiding them
And how does this get passed if she just denies it?
Because
because
they're like
Sniff
glamorous.
test.
They're
Bring
like,
a dog in, sniff her coochie, then they
And
go
she's
and
the-
find the coochie laid
Sid
in
wild
deep.
shapes into a dog somehow.
the next the next step I think is to go to Anastasia's house when she leaves and maybe her husband leaves, hopefully, if there's a time where they're both out, and either try to find a matching pair or you know what I mean, of similar quality, or letters or something of that effect in her house.
Tell them there's a candle
Agreed.
making convention in town.
I mean, the letters make sense to me, but the underwear I feel like is just it's.
Well, if we found the bottoms here and we found the matching top over there,
And is this just to convince her that we know things because no one else is going to
well,
know this?
no, this is so that if she tries to deny it, that we can tell
we
her that
know there's proof
Yeah.
in
Mhm.
his house.
Let's Elmo the situation. It's
Yeah.
the next 2 days later, so now we're at 8 days, and you're at her house when she's at his house having the affair.
Okay.
You got a certain period of time you can work with, or you could do it in broad daylight, but if you do it at nighttime, it's going to be easier. Yes
Yeah.
or no? Which one?
Yes. Nighttime.
Okay, we're doing it at nighttime, so it's easier. So no stealth check required. You get straight in, you start getting to business. I need a perception check and an investigation check from 2 people.
All right.
20.
If we're being sneaky. I'm not going.
17.
Okay, 2017. Slightly takes you slightly more time to go through when Newmont starts pointing out areas because there's more areas in this house that things could be taking place in. She's got much more documentation. Just as you're thinking that you should call it quits, it's coming to the time where you should probably turn around. There's a false bottom in one of the drawers in her desk. You notice because there's a small little hole on the backside corner that if you stick a quill into, it's like just the right size. So you test it, you take a quill, you stick it in, and you hit a small little switch that allows this false bottom to be brought up. And in there you see documentation of not love letters, but money going places it shouldn't go.
Even better.
She is embezzling massive amounts of taxpayer money and using it for her own purposes, which would explain why her garments are so much nicer than everyone else's. Explains why she's prissy, and she explains how she can do it because she is a political figure that oversees funding for.
Is she
projects like
tied to it in these documents?
Oh yeah, I mean, it reeks of this
Her
is
coochie.
her and she's responsible for it. That's why it's in this
All right.
one section, because those notes relate to other notes that are in that shelf, but notes that wouldn't incriminate her. The ones that
Right.
would incriminate her are the ones that are hidden in the false spot.
I'm pocketing them.
Thank
Don't
God we
pocket them
found
all.
the panties.
Yep.
Take one or two, right? Because she will know if they're gone.
Well, it's not going to matter if she knows if we have them. Right?
Oh yeah, I guess not. I mean, her name's in it, and it shows embezzlement. So, all right, fuck it, take them all.
We would need to effectively act on this very quickly. Anyway,
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
so there
So-
really
Then
wouldn't
we're
be
not there.
time. Oh, I thought that was like a table.
Yeah. Well, I took them. I took them
Yeah,
all.
let's say that you're already back, so you guys can
Yeah.
have this conversation. We're just trying to
Mhm.
speed through because that
Yes. Oh,
took
shit.
longer than I thought. So
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I'm with
Thank
Sid.
you.
We got to do shit now because she's gonna start burning papers and.
And
Yep.
underwear.
Yeah.
So, Cassian, she's stealing from the city. Do we still
fuck
want
this
to put her in our pocket, or are we trying to replace her?
Killer.
Let's use her for now, and then replace her when we understand the process a little better.
Mm.
I like that
We
idea.
should definitely use her until we have our announcement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we
definitely
were
use
told
her.
that she was very likely to cave under pressure, and we have two things on her now. So
Yeah.
I think we just confront her and say,
Let's
"You
just
have
go find
to."
her.
Yeah.
Did we
Yeah.
find the matching top?
you
know
did.
it,
You found the
baby.
matching top.
Excellent.
Of course, you did.
Jacob
We were
regrets
looking.
this so much.
All right, Jacob, we're gonna go when the time is appropriate, via Vicar's knowledge of her pathing.
Well, you could confront her literally the next morning because you know
Yeah.
where she works.
Well, can I do it at home?
You
Do I
could.
know when
You
she
could
gets
wait until
home?
she gets back. You would know.
Yeah.
It would be late afternoon. She gets
Could
back.
I get her that night when she comes back?
No, because that was
from-
during the affair. So you can get her the next late evening.
Do we
Well, I'm
want to
saying she-
bring additional witnesses? Do we bring the
No, let's keep
blacksmith?
this. No, he knows what he needs to know. I think that at this point we have everything we need, and we just confirm
Yeah.
it with it. So I'm saying
Agreed.
that when she comes back from having her affair, can we just meet her at her house and in the middle
Do
of the
something to
night?
make me look cool, boys.
She's gonna come home, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Unless she
She
stays there
always
all
does.
night.
Are you in her house or are you outside?
No,
just
so we
waiting?
left, went back to the Great Manor, discussed this, but I know that she comes back eventually, right?
No, I'm
so we
saying
could go-
when she comes back, do you want to
Oh,
be in her room, in her house, or are you going to be just outside like creeps waiting for her? Either way, it's creepy.
I was gonna say I don't know if it's any creepier to be outside.
In the house with all the candles off.
I mean, if you know what time she gets back at approximately, you could wait around the corner and then wait for her to come home and then knock and say, "Hey, hello."
Well, I think if we're outside and she's trying to hide an affair, she might wait to go to her house if she sees people just lurking around.
No, exactly. You'd be in a spot where you're not.
I think
seen.
that we catch her on the way in,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Before
then
she's inside.
yeah,
We don't
Because-
also want to be committing a crime while we're trying to embezzle her through, the crime she's committed. So,
also I don't know, her husband's gonna be there too, right at this point. So
Yeah.
So we break in, we put her husband in a gimp mask and tie him naked to the
oh
bed.
my.
no, let's catch her on the way in.
with the panties, right?
Yeah. You put the panties in his mouth as a gag.
Then
Look what
Oh
you've done to your
my
husband, you
God.
dumb bitch.
Jesus.
I will say that while you guys were in there snooping around, you just heard some loud snoring from upstairs.
Oh,
He
so
was
he
just
was just in
passed
there
out.
the whole time.
Yeah, he was there. You just didn't even care because you know that he was so useless that nothing would really happen.
God,
Sure.
this guy.
I think we should catch her on the way in and tell her we need to go inside and talk.
Make me look cool. Make me look cool, Vicar.
You
Yeah, make it look
you wait for her to come back, and then you notice that she notices you, and she starts looking worried, and she freezes for a second, and then starts walking away.
I'm
This is what I
going
just
to
said.
intercept her.
No.
Okay. So you start chasing her.
No. I said I
this
want to
again.
intercept her. I'm going to fly over her head silently and land in front of her.
Okay.
I'm
Easily
gonna
enough.
cut
Go ahead.
off a different angle so she can't turn.
All right. So you're cornering her in a back alley.
Nope, not very close. She
In
has
front of
room
her
to walk.
house.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Don't worry,
so,
guys. I'm here.
And I'm going to say, we need to talk.
Okay. She looks at you very concerned and says, "What do we need to talk about? Why are you threatening me?"
I'm not threatening you yet. Let's
That
talk
seems like
somewhere
a threat,
private.
right there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk somewhere private.
I don't see anyone else around, and I'd like to be in a place where if I scream, I could get help.
Inside now.
I can scream.
I'd like to roll a stealth. Is it dark in the street?
It is because you guys waited until she got back. You're super high up north, so it gets dark quicker.
I'm gonna.
Stealth
Wait.
check. Okay, hold.
Are you hoping that Subic might hear you?
Ooh,
Okay,
got
so I'm
his
gonna
ass.
say you're having this conversation. Cassian, you go ahead and do what you were gonna do because you were.
I'm
all
not doing shit. I'm letting Vicar roast this chick. I just stopped everything I'm doing.
All right, you stay
Here's that. You're like,
frozen in place.
I would like to roll a stealth check to stay undetected. How about that?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, roll for it.
Can I ready ready a hold person in case she tries to scream?
fireball.
Maybe not that one.
Yeah, you can. Here's the thing though, if you ready a spell, it's immediately lost, and you have to ready
okay.
one every 6 seconds, so you'd burn through them pretty quick.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
I rolled
Yeah.
a 12 on stealth.
Hit turn-based mode. Hit turn-based mode.
I'm gonna do that one.
She breaks out into a cold sweat the second you mention Subik's name.
Let's go inside.
She looks very scared, and she does not have a place to go inside because she turned around when she saw you about 50 feet away from her house.
Lead the way.
She begins to walk towards her house slowly, and she's frantically, no check needed, you could tell she's looking for someone, anyone, to tell in the street that, she's being held against her will.
I would advise against that. There's more than Subic that I know about.
She stops for a second, and then just continues to walk. She lets you guys in. You come up to her office area, and she closes the door behind you guys. Are all of you there at this point?
I'm there.
I assumed I was.
I'm there.
If it's stealth
I'm
based.
definitely fucking there.
All right, so everyone's there.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Newmont, did you say you didn't want to be there?
Yeah, I will hang outside and just keep
He
watch.
doesn't want to see us kill someone again.
Yeah, I can't do it anymore.
I'm not killing her. We need her.
I will.
My mask is on, by the way. Mask is on, by the way.
She closes and locks the door to her office behind her, and before you guys can say anything, you hear, "Honey, are you home?"
I'm gonna whisper, handle it.
"Yes, you useless fuck. Go back to sleep."
Damn.
He goes,
Quick question. Above
I
table.
love you.
It's kind of great, but terrible.
And then he just goes back to doing. You can hear some sounds of like a pottery wheel going.
We by default have our masks on, right? Like that's a thing, or do we have to declare? Because I always approach situations as if our masks are on.
I think generally speaking, you guys have your masks on.
Okay, good. Because I just want to make sure that that is also true for this situation.
Yeah. Okay.
So
She's-
after he goes back to bed, I will let her know that. Well, I'll just say, check your drawer.
She opens not the drawer that has the stuff in it. And
You know the drawer, and I'll hand her a quill.
she's just like full on sweating at this point. She opens up that drawer, removes the papers that don't incriminate her, sets them off to the side, opens it up, sees the lack of everything there, and faints immediately.
Missing anything?
She's gone.
She's unconscious,
Vika.
Well, before that happens.
And then
I just hear a
No,
and
thud.
then she faints.
No,
I hear a thud outside, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh fuck, not again.
They killed her.
it's not like a super loud thud. It's more of like a, she fainted in her chair, so she's. But you can walk up with some. Kai, you're there, right?
Yeah.
You have very strong scented things that could wake her up pretty easily.
Gotta get her to do some lifting. Here's some smelling salts.
Yeah, she immediately like.
Lightweight.
Starts picking up the chair like, what's happening?
Yeah.
So you know what we know. And let me tell you what we need from you.
Another paradigm draws.
She looks at you with disgust. Just complete disgust.
I'm gonna put my hands on her desk and lean over it and say, your opinion means nothing to me.
Is Vicar tall enough to put his hands on the
He puts
desk?
his hand up on the
like that.
Are we just gonna let that slide?
Fine, I will fly up on her desk
There you go.
and lean over and stare in her face.
Okay. She still haven't asked her anything. She's just listening to you.
At the demonstration, I'm sure you've seen the pamphlets. I want you there, and I want you to sing the praises of the Grey Manor and what a wonderful thing that they've done for this city.
It would be uncharacteristic of me. I think people might think something's suspicious.
Well, you better act then. You don't have to go over the top if you think that will make you suspicious.
And
But-
once I complete this, you'll give me back my documents.
You think it's that easy? You haven't been a friend of the Greys here. But you're going to be now, if you want to stay on the council.
Or any council.
She just is processing. And eventually she says, okay. Okay.
Cassian steps forward and takes off his mask and leans forward and looks her dead in the eye.
I just imagined the meme with the two Asian people, and it's the black guy in the Iron Man mask, and he leans in, they don't do anything, and then he takes off the mask, and then they're like, like that's her exact reaction to this.
Have you ever considered what a woman like you, with a husband like that, would do to make even 1/4 of the money you've made in the last year and a half? If you were to lose your position or your favor, what exactly would you do with the rest of your life?
I agreed to do what you wanted to do.
That's fine. But someone has to pay for the year and a half that you've made these people suffer. Because that doesn't just go away. You've already spent it. And he puts a dagger. He points the dagger into her leg, but specifically over her nice dress that she's wearing. He's not pushing to make her bleed, but to catch the point in a thread on her dress of her leg.
Okay.
And he's just going to run the tip of the dagger down her leg and tear a seam in the dress.
She makes a move like she's gonna stop you, but then thinks better of it. Do you have any idea how much this dress cost?
I do. I've seen the documents. I know where you get the money from. So you can enjoy the niceties that you've earned up into this point. But if you have any wish to continue living the way that you do, We're going to reestablish the Greys, and you're going to help me do it.
Okay.
After you've done that, we can talk about the documents.
All right. I will be there at the demonstration. It's coming up soon.
Do we want to set a date for it now? Tell her when to be there.
I'm going to limit it to being within the next 10 days so we can get this rolling.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I would say
Yes,
as
sir.
soon as possible.
then
I think we've got what we need.
Let's
Come
say it's at
on.
the end of this 10 days. So in the
Yeah.
next 2 days, you're giving the demonstration.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
And I'd like to add to her, just saying, you don't have to start out strong. You don't have to be a glorious actor of being converted to the Greys. I was like, you know what? Just start out with the not the potion, the antidote. Just
Make
be
them
happy that
believe it.
that's just be genuinely happy that you are now being a part of helping people recover. That's what you should be happy about. That's what we're doing. Focus on that. We'll get to the rest later.
So, what is the next move? Just waiting?
Now I go home and take a nap.
You guys
For
go
the
home, take a nap,
demonstration.
prepare yourselves.
And on
Yeah.
the way out, I'm going to say, don't worry, Numa, we didn't kill her.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Not yet. Yeah.
We killed her dress, though.
No. New style
All right.
invented.
So, skipping ahead to the demonstration. It is the day of the demonstration. It is the morning of. Quentin is there, but you also have the blacksmith who you know is going to be in attendance, and it's been another couple of days, and you usually clear up from all your symptoms within a 10-day, and for him I think it's been like 5 days, so he's looking significantly better than he was. You guys all get up on your little platform area. There's a sizable crowd here at this point. You've attracted a good number of the denizens of the city. Those flyers really did help spread the word. So, is someone going to give a rousing speech?
Cassian?
Perhaps
I'd say
someone
probably not him.
of the community.
Does he want to do it? I don't.
I'll do it. I think now's better time than ever.
Seems reasonable.
I
So-
think it's very appropriate.
Are we in like a town square, or do we set up soapboxes and are we standing up on our own?
Yeah. Do we have like a booth kind of thing? I would want to have some sort of like boothy-esque stuff or a stage of some sort.
Yeah, you can set up a stage easily enough. In the center of town, people stand on like soapboxes all the time. You can make a space for it pretty easily. Get something constructed where you have a raised platform.
So Cassian will jump up on the soapbox. He's wearing his big cloak, and his the whip that he normally would have at his side is wrapped tightly around his waist and underneath his garment, kind of like the way his mother was wearing it when she first revealed it to him. And he's standing up on the soapboxes with his mask on. And he
Jacob,
says-
I would like to be on the lookout for anyone who might try to disrupt this process.
Or kill him.
Yeah, you make a perception check as you're looking around.
Real quick before we start this, also, can we do a quick above the table just questionnaire? Because I don't think we nailed it down. Do we want to do like a full reveal here? Like, the church did this and they're fucking bad because of X, Y, and Z reason, and we know this because of X, Y, and Z reason, and this is the antidote, and this is the hurrah, right? This is what we're
Yeah,
doing?
I think so.
I
This
think
is
so.
the-
Yeah.
Okay.
And to answer your question,
What's happening?
That's a natural 20.
Oh, yeet.
plus 6. Nat
Yeet.
20, plus 6.
Wait, I thought yeet was 20. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I can't hear
Jacob,
you,
you're
Jacob.
You're muted, buddy.
Not everybody who has come here in support of the Greys. There's plenty of people who are here out of morbid curiosity, and there are select few who are here to maybe just heckle because they actively dislike the Greys and they don't like that this happens. So no one who looks outright hostile, but you see a couple people who they're antsy.
Well, heckle is one thing. I will inform the rest of the group to keep an eye on those people and continue to keep an eye out for anybody who might try to do anything beyond that.
All right.
Cassian will break into a long-winded speech about how the church has been lying to. He opens up with how the church has been lying to the people, and that how there is, albeit anecdotal, evidence that the church is actively developing this poison and causing the hurt amongst the people. He'll then go into a reminder of how great the North has always been and self-reliant, and that the Greys have always been an ally and proponent of that, and that's why we've taken upon ourselves to spread seeds to the community so that we can grow our own food and create an environment of self-preservation and self-sustainability. And he will try to rouse the crowd as much as he can with this inspiring speech about the history and past of the North, along with the deception and hate that the church has brought into the city, and how Norhaveners are so much better than that, and that even though that there's a divide in the city now, it doesn't have to be like that forever. He'll also throw in points that he doesn't expect everyone to just up and welcome the Greys back with open hands, but he will eventually take off his mask, reveal that he is Cassian, and in the same vein, at the same moment, say something along the lines of, the Greys have always been dedicated to providing for the city, for better or worse. And it is upon us and the Grey shoulders to provide the city with an antidote that is free. And if the city can come together and give what they can to help support as a community, then we can produce more of this antidote at a faster rate. And it won't cost anyone anything other than what they're willing to give to help their community. And we'll hand out as many vials as we can.
Okay. Before you go to handing out vials, roll a persuasion check for me with advantage because you're talking about giving out free stuff.
Hell yeah.
Best kind of pizza is free pizza.
16?
16. That's still pretty good, especially considering a lot of people here didn't come necessarily in support. They just came in curiosity. You're swaying them to think that maybe you have something right here. But while this is happening, you take a look at Kazar, and he's not looking too hot. Josh, you can go ahead and do the thing. You're muted, though. Everyone watch the stream.
What are we watching stream?
We're watching the stream.
Kazar dies.
Oh, news.
Spoiler.
Help.
As you and your companions speak to the crowd, an odd sensation buzzes at the back of your skull. A gentle vibration that refuses to dissipate. It's not entirely unpleasant, but its persistence is undeniably strange. You attempt to communicate what's happening with your party, but you look around to see that they have vanished from your sight. You can no longer recognize where you are. A subtle blurriness dances at the periphery of your vision, elusive and unearthly. Straining to focus only seems to exacerbate the effect, distorting the world around you in surreal hues. People morph into bizarre spectacles, their skin adorned with fantastical shades of green, purple, orange, and violet, rendering them almost otherworldly. Shapes and sizes warp and twist before your eyes, playing tricks on your perception. What should be towering structures now seem unnervingly small, while once unimportant features now appear unnaturally large and grandiose. As you look down, you realize even your own hands undergo a metamorphosis, elongating into noodle-like appendages that defy comprehension. In a surreal twist, the mouths of these strange creatures open in unison. All creatures around you stop and stare as one, chanting in an undeniably strange refrain, the rhythmic cadence of numbers echoing endlessly. Despite the disorienting experience, a particular clarity lingered. You are fully conscious, and yet reality blurs with unreality, leaving you suspended in liminal space where everything simultaneously makes sense and yet doesn't. Then, as suddenly as it began, the surreal spectacle fades into the background, replaced by the mundane murmur of everyday life. People resume their ordinary chatter, their appearances returning to normalcy. The buzzing in the back of your skull and the static ringing in your ears has stopped. As you regain focus, you return your gaze to your friends. The bewildered expression of your companions betray their confusion, mirroring your own disorientation as you realize you're drenched in sweat, as if you were told something important but can't remember it when you need to recall it more than ever.
Wow, that was really, really good. So Kazur is absolutely shook by this. He's just gonna, you see him slowly tilt his head down and just hold both of his hands out in front of him and just look at them and then fall to his knees. And I'll take my mask off and I just have a motionless stare. I'm just staring at my hands in disbelief. And then I slowly lift my head up and look around the crowd. And everyone's staring at me as I had in my vision. And then I put my mask on and I just start running away.
Okay. As you run, you start counting your steps, but the numbers that you're counting are wrong. You just keep repeating the numbers that you heard in your vision. You're trying to actively be like, step, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, as you're running, and then instead you're mixing it up with the numbers from your vision. And it's just keeps repeating. It's not a vision anymore, it's just like you can't get over the fact these numbers are just repeating.
I'm just gonna like probably run into somewhere quiet, like an alleyway, and just try and recite numbers to me, honest to myself.
All right. And Josh, did you send them the thing?
I'm in the process of it.
Okay. Josh is going to send you a thing, but those are the numbers that continually repeat. They're very specific, and you remember them perfectly. Almost like they're not always going on in your head, but whenever you need to remember them, they're immediately accessible in your mind, which is not... It's kind of strange.
Okay.
All right, so the rest of you guys, you gave this carousing speech. People seem to be murmuring about, like, yeah, maybe there's a point to this, maybe there's a point to this. And then Kazur books it. He runs away after being real sweaty. And,
Yeah. Do we all see this?
Yeah, everyone here sees that. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss. Everyone was kind of staring at Kazur anyways after Cassian gave the speech, because he just, like, put an exclamation point at the end of a statement, and then someone hit their knees to the floor and just took a mask off and started breathing heavy, put it back on, and ran away.
I will immediately go after him.
All right.
Must be nervous in crowds, I guess.
He had some books to read.
You do see a grizzled-looking dwarf who does not seem to be vibing with all of this gray nonsense. And he puts his pickaxe in the air and he goes, "You know, I've been part of Norhaven for a long time. I've been here since I was a boy. I am several hundred years old at this point, and the Greys fucked me over like they fucked over the rest of the working class. You weren't there for us when we needed you in the mines. When they collapsed, you were off fighting your monsters, playing hero. The politicians in the city were the ones that helped us. They were supporting us with financial contributions for our losses. We were trying to fight for fair working class union benefits and whatnot, and the Greys did nothing." And you see, like, some murmuring of people going like, he's got a point, or like, you know, I don't know. I mean, now I think about it, the Greys haven't really ever done anything great for me. Like little pieces of that kind of conversation going around. You do hear someone pipe up, though. Anastasia says, I know I've not been a very good supporter of the Greys, but I think that what they are doing here is a good thing, and I think that we should maybe hear them out and give it a try and learn to forgive. And it's not super convincing because she's not an actress, but you can see that some people are still on his side, some people are now unsure again based on what she said.
I'll kind of lean into Cassian's ear and say, is there anything that can be done moving forward to change the approach that the Greys had towards all people, not just those in danger of a celestial threat?
They're lucky that all they had to fight for was wages instead of fighting for their lives against demons.
I don't think we're going to win that story without having a demon come and show how bad it would be.
Yeah, well,
Let's summon a demon. I sell drugs and I kill people anyway.
I mean, you can't change the past, but at least the Greys weren't trying to actively poison people for profit.
Yeah.
Say that louder, Numa, with your chest.
Oh, I'm with Kazir.
Oh.
I went
Well, at
after him.
least the
So
Greys weren't trying to poison people for profit. A weird voice says from the back of the crowd.
Wasn't there an attack not too long ago? How did that go without the Grace?
He has to what you just said. He has the exact expression of what I just posted his character art as having. In he doesn't have a great answer to it. He just comes back to, after having that face for a second, he says, yes, there was a demon, though. There's something that came through and did some damage, but that is of little concern when the point I'm making is that the Greys were not supporting the people. They were doing glory seeking, and it wasn't worth it. We have walls to keep these sorts of creatures out.
Well, clearly they didn't do enough. And to your point, how helping the people does giving away antidotes to people who are sick and dying for free sound?
We don't even know for sure if this is a sickness that is caused by poison. We were told otherwise, and at this point,
Quentin,
you hear Thalgrim pipe up, because Quentin's there, but even then, people seem to be looking at Quentin like that could have been easily faked because he's up on stage with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
But Thalgrim stands up, walks up to the stage, and steps up on the stage and says, I want everyone to take a look at me. I was very sick a few days ago. Those of you who purchased from my shops know that I was on death's door. Look at me now. I feel infinitely better, and I'm getting better still every day. This is after only 5 days. I think that this antidote that they're giving out works. I think that we should give it a try. I think that you would be a fool to at least not give it a try. And I support what they're trying to do here.
Sir,
And then
what is your name? And I point to the dwarf.
Which dwarf?
He kind of like grizzled, like grumpily says, Garrick.
Garrick, I am Cassian Grey. And I want to tell you that the Greys are not here for a coup. We're not trying to take over the government of Norhaven. We have never meant to be that. We simply want to protect and give back to our community like we always have. You can still have your unions. You can still have your government and vote in and have a democracy like you've always wanted to and intended to have. That is not what the Greys' purpose is. We want to help our community thrive. We have a duty as Norhavens as people of Norhaven, to protect the rest of the continent from the evils that are north of us, even further north than us. But right now, it's an open gate. Anyone can come and go as they please. It's only a matter of time before that evil tries to spread southward. My family has been shunned, probably because of my own sins. But I am a prodigal son. I return home. And I've come home to fix what I've left behind. I'm only asking for a second chance.
At that point, everyone starts murmuring again, and then Garrett kind of gets this grin like he's just won. And he says, "Wait a minute, didn't you kill your wife, put her in the ground, and then run like a coward? How can we trust anyone like you to be in any sort of position of power? Why do you deserve a second chance? You let this happen in the first place. You let these people come and take over our area and poison us, and you were nowhere to stop it. What I said is true. You are not there for the people. You are just trying to cover up your own mistakes and hope we forget what you did." And he spits on the ground.
Vicar puts a hand on Cassian's belt where his whip is and just kind of holds him. Ground you.
You can see that at this point, people are definitely leaning more one way or the other. There's a lot less indecisiveness in the crowd, whereas it was mostly indecisive when people came in. But people are forming their opinions, and they're probably going to stay that way at this point.
The goal is not division. We don't want one or the other. We just want Norhaven to be not misled, taken advantage of.
To be safe and to thrive.
All of you were prey to the church, whether you believe it or not. And without the Greys, you would continue to be prey to the church. So bygones be bygones. You can't change the past, but they did right over the last month, 2 months. And they want to do right moving forward.
You see a lot of people are nodding their heads. In fact, most people at this point are like, yeah, I think we should give the Greys a second chance. And that's saying something, because most of the crowd were people from New Norhaven that had come out of morbid curiosity. A lot of people from Old Norhaven were just there to show their support. Like, they didn't need to be convinced of shit. You sent out some flyers and they were like, hell yeah, brother, let's rally. Like, ride or die. But, the New Norhaven people are either skeptical or very much so against the Greys.
Furthermore, what good is a wall to a demon? Can a wall fight back? Does a wall study the weaknesses and train relentlessly to have the upper hand should a fight come its way? No.
Cassian turns to Sid and puts his hand on his shoulder, and his other hand on, I guess, down on Vicar's shoulder. And he looks at both of you, turns his head both ways, and then he looks to the crowd and he says, "As much as I would like to convince you one way or another, there's not much I can do to help you make up your mind other than what we're already trying to do. And I will leave you with this, my last words. At the very least, be wary of who you trust, especially the church. As my friends and colleagues have said, you've been prey and victim. Keep a close eye on their actions over the next couple of weeks and months, because they're going to strike back. This was a for-profit operation, and they were using you to make a dime. But at the end of the day, we are all from Norhaven, and this is our community. And I'd rather see it thrive than die. Keep your wits about you." And Cassian will hop off the soapbox.
As you hop off, you hear, "How can we fucking keep an eye on them? You killed every single one of them," from someone in the New Norhaven crowd. And you hear someone from Old Norhaven say, they were lucky that they had quick deaths. They deserved to get their skulls fucked. And there is now starting to get some tension between people as things are starting to rise. If any more words are said one way or the other, things are probably going to start turning more physical as opposed to just using their words. But you did hand out a bunch of antidote to people. You used up all the antidote that you had, so you know that at least 50 more people aren't going to die, and those people are definitely going to be. They're going to be pro.
Spreading our praises.
Yeah. Word of what you did here and how it didn't turn violent and how you tried to use your words and how you gave out antidotes. It's going to be a slow burn, but you lit the fire.
Cassian launches a bottle into the crowd. No, I'm just kidding.
I am going to mark Garrick and watch him leave, and then I'm going to fly over the top of him and take a big old bird shit right on his head and fly off.
All right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you do that. He knows 100% it was you. It's a massive bird shit, but
That's what you get. You don't say that thing to my boy.
Yeah, you get comfort in knowing that he's got a long walk to be covered in bird shit, and the water here is pretty cold in Norhaven, so taking a bath isn't the most
All
ideal.
in his hair too.
Yep, his
done with
grizzled
that.
gray hair.
Yeah.
Sticky icky.
Have fun cleaning my shit out of your beard.
At this point, is the general consensus that this demonstration is over and people are kind of going about the rest of their day?
Yeah, you can see a lot of people are still there milling around talking, like they're mulling over what they think about it or how it went or just processing the information. But largely speaking, people's attention spans have kind of turned to other things at this point. The crowd is starting to dissipate if they're not directly just discussing what just happened.
I'm going to go try to find Kazir and Newmont.
Yeah, let's attend to our boy.
All right. I'm going to say,
Okay.
Vicar, you can easily enough find where they are. No check needed. It's kind of the thing you do.
Yeah, sure.
And you guys meet up. Where is Kazir and Newmont?
Great question.
Well, I went into like an alleyway, or like probably the nearest spot that was concealed.
Okay. You see Newmont quickly approach you after you kind of sit down in this alleyway.
Yeah, so as Newmont like approaches, I'm just sat there going like 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 9, 1, 1, 2, 1, 5, like just kind of stuttering on my numbers. And then I like slowly turn my head to like Newmont. And then I just like look forward. I can't get it out of my head, Newmont.
Get what out of your head?
These numbers. I don't know what it means.
Numbers
They're,
make
like
it.
they're burned into my brain.
Always, or did this just happen?
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Is it just a...
You're not there for this part yet. This is all happening while you guys were still there. doing
Okay.
your speeches.
I'm going to shut up.
Do you feel different?
Everything was different. It was so weird. Like, I wasn't here.
You were always here. I was near you during the demonstration. You fell, you started shaking, sweating, took off your mask, and ran. You didn't go anywhere.
And I'll just kind of like stand up from where I'm at. Like, it's okay. Let's get back to the group.
Hazard, I don't think this is okay.
Kaiser will just like put his mask on if it was off. Just stay silent.
Okay. So it doesn't take Vicar very long to find you guys at all because you're headed back to where they were, and that conversation wasn't very long. So Vicar turns around and goes, "There they are," and you guys all meet up with everybody. I will say, Kazir, for the sake of like describing this, if you want to just show what was posted to you, you can, but that's up to you.
Yeah, we could. I could recite the numbers. It's like all I'm saying at this point. It's all that's in my head.
Guys, he's freaking out, man.
So
He's
as
saying
we
numbers.
as we walk, I'm just like murmuring these numbers under my breath.
What happened to
Oh, we
him?
have- Oof.
It's a cipher.
Do we notice that these numbers repeat after a certain time, or do we all just?
So, because I'm assuming you're murmuring these numbers in constant succession the way that it's written down, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys do notice that he starts at 1, he ends at 4, he repeats. He starts at 1, he ends at 4. Like, he goes through the whole list, but he does have a clear separation in the first set of numbers and the second set of numbers. Like, he physically pauses because
Are we
he's
hearing
trying to
this?
remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's murmuring it aloud. So, yeah, you guys get a pretty clear image.
Kazer, when did this start? Like just now seems to be a pretty profound experience, but have you had anything similar?
Wait, does
No.
anybody have ink?
Not like this. Not since my. I
Ink would.
forget what my dreams were called. Like when you're growing up as an elf, but
Reverie.
yeah, not since my reverie. No, nothing like this.
Does this feel related to your reverie?
No, this feels. I don't know. It's so strange. It's so strange. I don't know what I saw. Usually with my reverie, there was some sort of a sense to it.
Going out on a limb here, is the vault numerical in its combination, or is it magic vault?
You guys don't know. It's a solid cube that's completely sealed. You have no idea how that vault works. It's not like it has a clear dial or like a lock on it. It just looks like a solid cube. Like a massive solid cube.
Is there any
During
way
this
that
time as
these-
well, I would jot down these numbers.
Yeah. Good
Okay.
call, Numot.
Yeah,
these
Numa,
be
you asked if
coordinates?
anyone had ink. Kazer has a ton of ink on him.
yeah. I think we have ways to write it down.
Are we being mobbed on the way back? Do people recognize us? Are they coming up to us?
Most of the people either dispersed or started talking amongst themselves. People aren't really coming up to you. You feel like going forward after the shock value of this is done, you're going to be noticed in the street quite a bit more. You might have people coming up to you, but for right now, people are still processing what just happened.
Right. I suggest that we make our way to the Grey Manor quickly. The jury's still out on whether we fucked up or did something good, so we should probably move.
I was like, do we have anything to
Agreed.
calm him down? They got like, he's only got a beer or something, just to
Well-
like, help him relax.
There's
What do you
plenty of
mean?
wine. I sure as fuck need a drink at the manor, so let's go that
See,
way.
there you go.
You guys make your way back to the manor, no problem. What are you doing?
Cassian is chain smoking his pipe right now.
The
Like,
new stuff.
Crack addict, like shaky, like what the fuck?
Yeah, well, you want to roll to see which effect you get?
I'm gonna hit the Dream Lily, whatever the fuck.
All right,
New
yeah,
shit.
so it's helping you kind of calm down a little bit, but you're a little foggy at the moment.
I grabs 2 bottles of wine and a bunch of cups for everybody, just as a celebration toast, but also to calm Kazer down so he has like a drink.
Okay. The drinking causer does not help.
Oh shit, he doesn't relax.
I was gonna say Kazer doesn't drink. Kazer is just basically just staring off into the corner, just kind of like trying to replay the memory the best he can.
Yeah, images of like the memory of the vision are still pretty clear, but the more you try to recall detail, the harder it is. Just like when you have a dream, you can still remember what happened. The one thing that is crystal clear, those numbers.
Have you seen these numbers before, Kazu? In any way?
No, I don't think so. Not that I can remember. It was strange. In my dream, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me, and they were radiating with color, and I can't remember. Their faces were all distorted, like their
Everyone's just
mouths
sitting
were-
around the table looking at Kazer like,
Yeah,
Is he okay?
and there was this thumping in my head, and those numbers. The numbers just won't stop.
I don't know how to help you, my friend. It's
You
That was my
can turn
idea.
the numbers off in your head. Like you can focus on other things. It's not the only thing you
But
can
when
think
I think of numbers, it's those numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you think of
Yeah.
numbers of any kind, it's those numbers. When you try to recall them, you can recall them with perfect memory, no matter what happens around you. Like you could be in the middle of the most intense situation ever, and you'll be able to remember those numbers.
Owen Katzer, do you want to try to separate this from right now? Do you want to get distracted, or do you want to think about this? That seemed pretty traumatic from an external standpoint. I wasn't sure.
Tell me how did the rally go?
not great.
Okay.
I think it went great.
That was two different opinions.
I mean, some people.
That pretty much sums up the rally, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
Yeah, right.
I think most people
Yeah.
took it well.
If you liked
Obviously,
us already, you love us. If you hated us already, you're unsure. So
is that the case?
I mean, kind of.
I thought that the majority of the people had come around by the end, with just a few that were still grumpy old bugs.
Yeah, I think no matter what, though, there is definitely going to be some unrest with
Sure.
some individuals.
Let the actions speak for us.
Yeah, I
What
think
we came to Norhaven for something. Is it just we were just learning to fight demons? Is that what it was?
The original thing that you were looking for was information on how to fight demons and potentially getting some sort of additional knowledge or weaponry in order to effectively fight Don Dolos and perhaps prepare for when Gideon comes back.
Also,
Okay,
we
well-
got kicked out of Pentine, essentially, by Alwyn.
You were told to disappear for a little bit while he did some damage control.
Yeah.
Yep.
You weren't kicked out of Pentine.
Right,
You were
right,
just
right.
like-
Yeah. We were asked to leave.
Yes,
Promptly.
promptly.
Well, is this a good time to maybe try those numbers on the vault? Sid, you had the pretty decent idea. I used to sit down there as a kid and throw rocks at the thing, and it would make this weird fucking noise and glow purple. So I don't know. Kazer, go shout some fucking numbers at the thing. Maybe it opens. I don't know.
I have a quick question. As I saw Newmont writing them down, did I see them? Because Kazer's only saying the numbers, so he would be in reciting them like 1, 9, 10, 2, 1, 5, 5, 5. Like that's how he's saying them.
You could write it down because you've heard him say it enough that if you're listening closely and trying to jot down what he's saying, you can get it even with the correct spacing because it's almost like in Morse code how you have like
Like
you
the
know
pauses.
beep, 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 beep. Yeah, he has certain pauses in between, and those pauses are where the dash are. The biggest pauses are between those two separations of blocks of numbers.
I meant as in like
Yeah.
say like the levels is what I was kind of getting at. Like was that like how they're all in rows is kind of what I was trying to ascertain.
You would be able to.
He's
To work
pacing
that
them out.
I'm
how we
giving
see it
you.
is yeah.
I'm making a challenge that is possible, as opposed to completely impossible. If I didn't structure it a certain way, it would be completely impossible.
Okay, that's kind of what I was getting at. So that's what we're just gonna extract.
Jacob,
Yeah.
in D&D, are numbers pronounced differently if they're spoken in another tongue, or are they kind of just a numerical value and everybody says them the same? I don't really know how that works.
Yeah, they're pronounced different, and yeah, their cadence is different, but that's just like general language. So that wouldn't necessarily apply to this. You don't think?
Yeah, like
Hazard,
Let's go yell at the vault.
could you try to say these numbers in your native tongue?
in Elvish? Is that not Elvish?
I can, yeah, I can do that.
See if that one fails anything?
I think
So-
I would have been reciting the
no.
numbers in my native tongue is the thing.
Yeah. Once you
Okay,
start
yeah.
reading them, once you start saying them aloud in common, something feels a little bit more off. When you switch back to Elvish, it feels a little bit more right, but it still feels like you're missing something. Like there's something deeper here.
Can
Like-
I try saying them like with the translation book?
That's what I was
got?
gonna say,
That makes
yeah.
a difference.
Do you know?
I'm going to
those?
say you spend the course of the next couple of hours translating all the numbers, trying to figure out the cadence and how it goes. it feels right. When you say it this way, it feels right, but it still doesn't make sense because you're just saying the numbers. But you get that
They should be said that way.
old Elvish has something to do with these numbers. Now you just need to figure out what.
Okay. So let's go to the vault then.
And just to confirm, he says 1 for 1, not the Elvish word for 1, or
No, he's
saying the Elvish.
he's
or the
saying
old
okay.
Elvish word.
And when he
Right,
says
right.
it in common and actually says like 1, 2, 3, it feels off.
Got it. Okay, so we're
Doesn't
hearing
flow
him essentially talk gibberish when he's talking
Mhm.
the old
Basically,
I
Elvish.
have
Gotcha.
recited in common as well for you guys.
Gotcha.
Thanks, buddy.
He had to look up how to translate it to Old Elvish.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
All right,
not.
let's,
It didn't come naturally to you.
Let's go kick this box real quick. See what
All right.
happens.
You head down to the vault area. There's the big, shiny,
cube.
glowy, vault.
If I put my hands on it, does anything happen? Like,
Nope, it's the same thing back when you were a kid. It's just like a big adamantine box. You put your hands on it, it feels kind of cold, like a big metal box would.
Is there
As
a
he's-
number pad or a dial, or is there markings?
There's
I was
nothing.
I was gonna say, can I tap on the cube in succession as trying to, or I can ask Kazur to do it, as in like treating it like more
To match the cadence.
Yeah, but on the cube.
Yeah. So how long do you guys want to spend trying things with the vault?
17
years.
hours.
3 years.
How long do you want to spend realistically trying things with the vault?
Few hours, probably.
Yeah,
I
a few
think-
hours.
Yeah.
I think
I would say
Yeah.
after a few hours trying every single thing you can think of to do with the vault and these numbers,
Nada.
nothing's happening.
This is totally
I
a
spit
guess.
on the ground and I go, this vault pisses me off more than that dwarf.
Spit on the fake queen.
The closest you got to anything is when you guys started getting frustrated. Cassian threw a rock at it like what he did when he was a kid, and there was a faint purple shimmer, just like he described when he was a kid.
Oh,
I
it did something!
Yeah. Finally.
Do that in succession now. I'm just joking. Okay, so I think we would probably say no go on the adamantine vault and the numbers.
I think so, yeah.
I'd be surprised if they were linked. It'd be really ironic if they were. I was
As a
curious.
Hazard, do you know anybody that could speak Old Elvish from your time growing up?
No, honestly, I didn't really know much about Old Elvish until recently. Jacob, like I wouldn't know anyone because I don't really have the best memory of, and I wasn't really around a lot of elves, so
Yeah,
Yeah, it was like more like bandits, right?
you would
Yeah.
know that there was word that there was some people who spoke some strange Elvish in the far west, but you don't know if it's the same thing because you never actually heard them speak it before.
okay.
Other than that, I mean, Renator was in the west. Maybe he might have had a book, but it didn't seem relevant at the time.
Okay.
Ooh, baby.
So yeah, not quite. I mean, maybe if anyone could, it'd probably be Alan.
He's the
Probably a good
smartest
place to start.
person I know.
Is that guy in a bottle still around?
What?
The
Lee
librarian
Bear?
guy?
Yeah, Lee Vare from the library.
Sorry, it's all right. That's very
Ah.
weird.
Bottle.
Yeah. The guy that took a hold of Cassian.
Yes, yes. I'm just thinking of old people or oldish people. I wasn't sure if there's like if that would be a debatable idea to see if there's a book that has anything to do with that or something, or if he's heard it or I don't know.
Well, he definitely has because he has books in
On
Old Elvish.
everything.
That's kind of what I was thinking of.
Even the book I got with. I mean, what was the deal we made with him though? Did he say it was a one-time?
I don't.
A
I just remember it was like
one-time
Sure.
our time was like.
Yeah, he took an hour of our time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't remember if that was doable again.
I think Alan's probably a good place to start,
As long as he doesn't
rather
hate
than
us.
somebody who possesses us.
Nah. Yes.
It would be funny if you did go back to Lee Vare. I have stuff ready for it if you do.
Wait, really?
I mean, it was fun. I figured, on the slim chance you went back, it would be fun
That's
to have
hilarious.
Well, gentlemen, the question that has come up that no one has asked yet is
Where do we
is
go
our
next?
time in Norhaven finished?
Do we have
Do
any
you-
plans to call any sort of like election on the government officials before we leave, or are we just gonna leave
I
things
think
how they are?
we leave what we know with Katerina
And Dimitri.
and Dimitri, and
Okay.
yeah,
Well, are we
I
at
don't
the
know, is
manor
there-
right now?
Do you want them to be there, or would you have just kind of had this conversation by yourselves?
Just with
No,
the
I-
boys right now.
Yeah.
Just with the boys right now. We're
Are
trying
we
to
Cassian,
figure
going
how
it
do
out.
you feel about this?
I feel fucking horrible. I feel like I failed my entire city. I have no answers about my dead wife. I feel like I've inspired the gray name and then I'm running off again like I did the first time. I feel like dog shit if I'm being honest with you.
I feel like
Fair.
it's
But
time
I-
for a calling before we leave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if we do leave,
We
maybe
still have to,
Dimitri will have the calling, and that will give them time to build up some more support with the Greys. So if when we do come back, we have not an I don't want to call it an army.
If we leave now without a calling, I'm leaving my parents to
Yeah.
just the two of them,
Yeah.
and there's no
I think
help.
that we need to help with that. And
Yeah,
also, we have some unanswered questions here about the Dark Wizard and the Underdark and Sid's people.
I also wanted to go to the apothecary and give him the recipe at some point.
And
Like,
that
Yeah,
hey,
so
yo,
the-
hulking
stop
figure that they
producing.
saw.
Yeah,
At the
we can
very
just-
least. Yeah, sorry. At the very least, we do a calling because I know how you feel, Cassian. Like you don't want to leave your people, but if we leave the city and we leave it full of Greys, then you did your job.
Sid, what
That
were you
would
saying?
be much more preferable.
There was also that hulking figure that was attacking people
Not you.
in the very beginning.
Oh,
The
yeah.
reddish
That was a
symbiote?
while ago, though. Like
Right.
8 months ago.
Yeah, we never really got a resolution for it or found a way.
Yeah, we still have the Dark Wizard and the symbiote questions to be answered. We have
I
Cassian's.
forgot. Hang on. We're gonna retroactively say something here. A crucial piece of information that I was meaning to say but didn't. So we're just gonna rewind a tiny bit. When you were talking at the Frostbite Syndicate with whatever his name is,
Valen.
Valen.
Valen. He told you not only did he not know what was in there, but he only ever interacted, or his people, because he didn't go directly, his people only ever interacted with a single entity that seemed to be in a different body every single time. But he could tell that it was the same entity because the mannerisms and voice were exactly the same, regardless of what body it was inhabiting. And it was off-putting.
For the
It
sake
always
of
met in a different location.
For the sake of continuity of current events, I would say we were busy, but that's something I want to reconnect with him on before we leave.
Me too.
And I don't want to just leave right after we just kind of split people. I want to kind of make sure.
We shit
Like-
in the stew and served it to everyone, and now we're
Yeah,
gonna fucking
yeah,
dip
exactly.
out the
Like
rest
I don't
No,
want
I
to
don't
say,
think so.
"Hey, the Greys are back. We're here to help," and then all leave.
Then
What
see
we
ya.
need to do, though,
Good
is
luck.
have somebody send a message to Alwyn and let him know what we found out about this sickness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
not me.
we could
That's our
also
number
start
boy.
helping people out in Penting.
That's fucking Rain Man over there. He's got to
Let's
send that message.
disturb him about how we got down with the sickness, guys.
Okay.
Very
Jesus
nice. Good
Christ.
job, Buster.
Negative
So was this guy
inspiration.
that Valen spoke to a shapeshifter, or was he actually in different bodies?
You know what? For the sake of just making this like you don't have to go back, let's just say that we're having this conversation with him right now. So,
Okay.
what was your question again?
Was he a shapeshifter, or was he physically in different bodies?
I wasn't there. I don't know. But what I can
Oh.
tell you is it looked like, from what I have been told, different bodies, same entity.
Who is in charge of the meetings on your end?
Seraphel or someone from the church would arrange the meeting times and places. We would interact through him, receive the shipment from this entity, bring it to the church, get paid at the church on arrival with undamaged goods, and that was the end of our transaction.
Kind of a
So
weird question.
Seraphel set
Oh, sorry.
everything up.
But you met with them.
I did not meet with him.
Your people met with them.
I did have people who met with this entity of whatever it was.
Kind of weird question on the meetings, though. Just in case they talked about it, did they ever do any handshaking in these transactions? It'd be only notable if they talked about it. If they didn't talk about it, then they didn't talk about it.
I don't remember anything like that.
Can we speak with them?
Sure, I think you know him pretty well. He calls in Lucian. And he's just standing there like...
Lucian, you met with this entity?
Yeah, it was kind of freaky. Wasn't super comfortable with it. It gave me like icky vibes, but business is business, and it made me rich. So
Can you describe the icky vibes?
It just didn't seem natural. It seemed forced, like whatever this thing was using puppets, almost like they were dead already. But I don't know how he could have been doing that. Sid,
do you know anything about that?
Not really.
You don't have the ability to do this with a corpse. If
That's kind of what I was asking about.
If Sid dies, the symbiote needs... Well, at this point, if Sid dies, the symbiote dies too. But beforehand, if Sid died, the symbiote would need to find a new host immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not dead, so I can't.
No, I meant as in if your symbiote knew that he could inhabit dead bodies.
No, your symbiote would tell you, no, that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, that's not something that either of us would know, because it's the first time he's been in a body, but also because of the whole paladin thing, we're conjoined now.
Possibly.
If I die, he die.
Necromancer, perhaps?
Wizard? Wizard shall not pass.
Wizard?
Is there any... If there was any fallout from something missing or what have you, is there a way or a method by which you could reconnect?
No, as far as I was, and you're still talking to Lucian at this point.
Yeah.
As far as I was concerned, it was basically, Seraphel would tell me, here's the time, here's the place, and he would tell me when I dropped it off, when the next meeting was going to happen, and where it was going to happen, and I would just show up. I would be there, and I would make sure the material got safely where it needed to go. Now that he is not part of that situation, we don't have anyone to connect to. You've cut off our supply of where we're getting a huge amount of our funds from. So you put a hole in our pockets a little bit, which was why we are trying to get some more out of this, financially speaking.
I'm sure you'll be all right. Above table.
Selling drugs to kids, you'll be fine.
I completely forget where we left off or what happened with Seraphel.
He left.
He left.
Just left, right?
He told Cassian that Cassian needed to leave the city for the good of the city, and Cassian said fuck off. And then you found out that Seraphel told one of his members, if Cassian's here, I cannot be here. And then he left.
I'd like to ask a quick question to Lucian. Was it were their eyes always the same, or was it pretty obvious that they're different eyes every time?
The eyes were the same consistently. They were pitch black, no whites to them at all.
That's terrifying.
I'm gonna do that with the symbiote.
Yeah, it's fucked like that. Was it you? Was I meeting with you?
No.
That would be some crazy shit.
I like this dude.
No, but I have an idea of who it is. Do you have any way of getting in touch with Seraphel now that he's gone?
Me? No, I don't. I would go down the street to the church and I would say, knock, knock, it's me. But if he's not there, and now nobody is, there's nothing I can do. I have no way of getting in contact with him. Everyone is dead. So
Oh, that's weird. I wonder why.
And he didn't frequent with anybody outside of the church.
no, not from what I've heard. He was a pious man who liked his religion and stayed in this church most of the time.
Hmm.
He would occasionally go out to evangelize, but that's religious people, right?
So there's not one single member of the church left.
You literally killed everyone in the city that had to do with the church, except for
Good.
Quentin.
So if there were to be a message sent, did they have people that would, like, how did they get in contact with anybody from outside of the city?
Fuck, if I know you were there, you've seen more of the place than I have. I'm assuming you killed someone who could cast spells. Maybe they have the ability to cast message or sending or some shit like that. I don't know. I'm not a wizard.
I'm gonna look at Kazir, because as Sid has experienced magic, he knows almost nothing about it. Sending message, do you need to know the location of a person, or do you just need to know that the person exists and you can reach out to their mind? Like, how does that work?
So there's like two different spells. So message, I would have to like point my finger towards a creature nearby and whisper a message. They could be through a wall if I know that they're through the wall and I can picture them. But then there's another spell, which I don't have. I think it's sending.
Sending, yeah.
That one I think you can do as long as you know the person is who they are.
Gotcha.
And
Didn't the guy that teleported us in have the ability to do that spell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It was the Norhaven side of it, right? Because we were going to try and send a message back.
Yeah, the guy in the library. I forget what his name was.
What if we use Quentin as a double agent and have him send a message to Seraphel stating that he has an in with the Grey Manor and he hates what he's seeing and he would like help taking them down, and see if Seraphel responds.
Does it work like
Because
that?
if we can get to Seraphel, then we can ask more questions to him directly about who this entity is and how we can get to them.
Azra would be able to describe to you that when someone casts sending, they are the ones sending the message. You can't cast a spell and have it come from somebody else.
They could
So
say it's a message from Quentin?
Yeah,
But then why wouldn't they have used the person within the church to send it?
Yep. There goes.
So
that.
you would have to have him say that there was an attack, that they lost the person that did that, and that they need Seraphil to come back. That maybe they could say that Cassian was killed.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Hopefully they don't get any other information.
Yeah, if we can get him to confirm a location or something of, I'll meet you here or come to where I am.
Yeah, like there was an attack on the church. The losses were heavy, but the Greys were all eliminated. Cassian's dead. We need you back here to help stabilize this.
Yeah.
Then we kill him. I mean,
interrogate
him.
Then we ask him some questions.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, I have an idea.
Send it.
Floating
above table, so we don't fuck up all of the. It wouldn't make sense for Cassian to be dead and then for him to stand in a soapbox and give a speech about how the city needs to come together. So why don't we stage an assassination of Cassian while he's giving his speech?
Well, I guess we could, but it's like Seraphel's not going to know any better until he gets here, anyways. And then by that point, we got what we need, which is him here.
His presence, yeah.
Yeah, like there's
So
no
we just
way.
gotta wait. We gotta camp him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know how he left?
Walking.
On foot?
Would Quentin know?
Quentin said that he just, like, when he went in the next day, Seraphel wasn't there.
Probably teleported.
Well, we could camp out the church.
Was there nobody there?
Right. but that's where he would go, right? That's
Right.
where Seraphel would go.
Yep.
I have an alternative question about the church, but that's once we're done this conversation.
So some things to think about, but
Yeah.
I think that as far as what we can gain from the syndicate here,
Yeah.
I think
We
we
got-
got what we came
yeah.
for.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah.
Have fun selling drugs to kids. Fact.
Oh
Bitch.
well, I mean, I will try my best not to peddle to any small children that you are particularly fond of. Are there any
All of
kind
them,
of
you stupid bitch. I'm
Oh.
leaving.
he's kind of got like that playful, like just name one kid type attitude.
Yeah, right.
Name a kid.
Name any kid.
So I mean, do we want to do this? I would think we'd want to at least hang out here for a 10-day to help people out if they need to, kind of like what Newmont was doing before, and then also just to. I don't think we'd want to leave immediately.
Well, we're not leaving anytime soon.
Right,
I
'cause
think.
if we want to wait for him.
Well, first off, we have to do the sending message both to Alwyn and to
Yes.
Seraphel.
And then we have to help the Greys with their culling or whatever.
Yes. I'm assuming it will take Seraphil some time to get back here, but we'll wait for it. Hopefully, he answers us.
Yeah, it's like he might not just come back.
Yeah,
It's a possibility.
true. We'll see.
I was going to ask Cassian a quick question. Was there a church here before the whatever the heck the church was
By
called?
Sandy.
Yeah, before that.
The Northern Light.
Well, the Northern Light
That's the
was
new one.
a host to the old gods that they prayed to. So it was more of a collection of gods as opposed to just like, oh, here's one god you can pray to. They were
Yeah.
pretty open as long as it was in a certain pantheon restriction of like, okay, here's the god of snow, here's the god of, fucking bad weather, here's the god
Like,
of
is that a
demons.
thing? I was like, oh shit, no, okay.
No, there's a shit ton of gods, but I don't know all of them right off the top of my head, but
That's fine.
they had like that kind of as it relates to
Yeah,
what
yeah.
they
You can
like, they
kind
would
of come
pray
here
to
to.
farming gods, they would pray to sun
Yeah.
gods.
That's fine.
Come and use your religion in this space,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay, cool. Dang.
So
So,
what are you guys doing? What's the plan?
As a
Sounds like
note-
plan.
Ending.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to Quentin first and explain.
Okay.
But he needs to be the one to go to that guy by himself, so that
Yes.
if anyone has questions, Quentin went on his own.
roll a history check for me.
Excellent
Good thing you're so good at
that I'm
history.
so historical. That it'd be a 12.
12.
Well, Fidor was a friend of the Greys.
Mhm.
If Quentin is being sent without you guys to clarify what the context of this is, Fidor's going to tell him to fuck off because Cassian is dead,
Hmm.
and
I
he liked Cassian, or at least he liked the Grey family.
Cassian
Okay.
should go.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Well, we need to send a message anyways too, so we could go at the same time.
Yeah, so then in that case,
Yeah.
we'll go together and explain to Fido before
Fido.
that Quentin will be coming. I don't think we do it with Quentin there. I think we tell him, hey, Quentin's going to step in after us and say some crazy stuff. We
Like the
want
wrong
him
name.
to.
Fido.
Swear to God, he's not going to send a single message now. They're going to get lost somehow.
Just going to off himself.
Yeah. All right, so you get Quentin. You head over. Fuck you, John.
Oh, God.
You head over.
Sorry.
You head over and you meet up with Fidor. All right.
That's cursed. That's cursed.
All right.
It's so much better that it was accidental too. Oh my god. Anyways,
and Quentin is there. What are you telling him?
We're going to explain that.
Come, boy. Sit.
Don't.
Negative inspiration to Cassian.
I was
no,
afraid
the
about this so
consequences
hard.
of our actions.
Well, we're gonna inform Quentin of the plan, and then when it comes to sending the message, we're gonna go in without him and do our sending to Alwyn. So we'll frame that, and then we will, at the end of that interaction, tell Fido
Fidor.
Fidor.
that we're gonna be sending in another person. His name is Quentin. He's gonna say crazy stuff about the Greys, sending it to someone named Seraphel. We want that to happen, to not be alarmed.
I need someone to speak for the group and write out 25 words or less for each sending spell, because you only get 25 words.
Yeah.
So
I have
for
a question.
Alwyn,
Wait,
Yeah.
real quick before we do this. Seraphel is a very intelligent fella,
Yep.
and it's probably not beyond him that Fidor had an allegiance to the Greys to some degree. So a message coming from Fidor that Cassian is dead and some guy named Quentin wanted him to say that might not go over so hot.
Is there anyone else that can do it? Not that we know of.
Katarina.
That's not a.
That's a literal gray.
Yeah.
You killed my son. Return and face your doom.
Killed my
I don't know. We could talk to Alwyn for sure, but I think Seraphel might be lost cause at this point, boys. We might need to find it.
There's
Yeah,
only
he
one
could
way
be
to
in the
find
wind,
out.
but it's not going to change anything. The message
Give me
isn't going to
25
change
words
anything.
for the thing for Alwyn.
So our goal with Alwyn was to come here, learn how to fight demons, right?
Yep.
So do we want to just talk about the mission we were sent and get our next orders, and then when we see him, explain everything in detail?
Probably best.
So
Learned about demons.
Learned all we
found
could.
Cure for sickness.
Yeah, we're gonna send the cure, like the recipe for the cure.
Is antidote.
We'll carry it with
Pretty
us. So
much.
just say have antidote for sickness. Learned all about demons.
What's his name?
Ready for fuck.
Yep.
Okay.
Use really big words.
What
'cause
next?
It's 25 words.
Yeah. Learned about demons.
Is one word. There's no spaces.
Learned about demons. Found cure for sickness, comma, antidote. What next?
Question mark.
Question
But you have
mark.
to say question mark.
That's like, how many words is that?
Way less than
Yeah,
25.
It's not 25.
You still have some
10?
room for if you wanted to.
I got 10.
Okay, is that the message you're sending? Or are you adding anything else to it?
Can we add a descriptor for sickness? Just like, I don't want to say
Black
Poison.
plague.
Oh yeah, I was gonna like.
You guys know
Sores,
it's
sickness?
called the black rot here is what people call it.
Black rot, yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll
let's
just
call it
add
that.
black rot. Found.
Yeah.
Do we want to
found
say that the church was the one spreading it?
Lasandy, Seraphel, bad.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. You guys kind of throw all that information in like a jumbled thing with like broken up sentences.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a second before you hear a response, and the response is just, I think it's time for you to head back. We have some things to talk about now.
Love Alwyn.
This is XOXO.
Cool. So that's that.
This guy
sorted.
fucking hates us. Holy shit.
Who, Jacob or Alwyn?
Both.
Yes.
Is there a difference?
So for the thing with Seraphel, I'm still in favor of sending it just to get the word out
I don't
there
think we
and
lose anything.
See what happens,
If
right?
it's free,
Alright.
Yeah.
if we're not paying for this,
So we've talked way too much about exactly what you're going to send Seraphel. I get the gist. So we're going to
Okay.
skip past the whole 25 words thing. The response you get back from Seraphel is, hang tight, Quentin. There's not much I can do at the moment. I need to be here in Evermeet for a bit longer.
Now we know where he is.
Evermeet?
Evermeet.
Everest?
Does Cassie know where this is?
No, but Kazir and Kai would both know
I
that
know
this
where this
is a land to the far east. Evermeet is down south of where you are from, Kai, and they are the
Oh.
people that you are technically at war with.
Oh, I like them.
Good
Dead.
friends of mine.
So we kill all of them too. Okay, all right.
Wait, from a visual perspective, do we have a map with like the towns and stuff, or is that like a TBD type deal as we progress?
It is a predetermined spot, but Josh, do you have like a zoomed up I know we did it at one point. I don't know.
It's
if
in
you can find
maps.
it.
There's a world
Yeah.
map up.
We have
There
the
is a
world map,
map
just
there.
no label.
Yeah,
Back,
so
back,
it would
I have it
be
on my stream.
So we're up in the snowy area.
Right now we're in snowy.
so
Pentine
see
is
that
like south from us
see
directly.
that massive like that sea there with the mountain range that kind of tucks around the sea.
The right side of it.
In the middle?
We're in the middle of the desert,
Right
right?
in the middle.
Oh yeah.
And
Yep.
yeah, that right in the middle, that,
that.
sea with the mountain range around it.
And the little
Evermeet
island
is
in the
tucked
middle.
away in between the mountains and the sea, so it's
Yeah.
very, very well protected. in
Okay,
terms
so
of
it's out
defense.
west in the desert.
Yeah,
Okay.
way out.
And
So
just,
they're far away from you guys.
just
So,
because we're
I
talking
guess
about
the-
maps, Kai's from the weird, like, snowy slash Martian-y looking area at the next to the top. It's really easy to see.
Got it.
Yeah, relevance.
So I guess the play now would be then to help with the calling and see if we can't find anybody around here that knows about the Underdark, or if Sid, if you have any ideas about looking into this whole symbiote Underdark dark wizard thing.
The trouble with that is we as in Sid and the symbiote didn't plan to get together, and the symbiote did not plan to be expelled via magic from his home. So there was no intention or need to ever
Right,
leave.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But like you had some thoughts about what we had just discussed with the Frostbite Syndicate. So I was wondering if
it was just about the fact that that reddish figure that attacked Norhaven is likely the one who is jumping into these dead bodies somehow.
Got it.
And working on behalf of somebody else, meaning he's still up top here somewhere.
Okay. So I guess as of relatively recently, he's been around. We can try and look for him. As part
Exactly.
of
Yeah,
what we're
that's my
doing
point.
here.
And
Yeah.
also, just a side thought: if he's up here and he's up here for that long, is it by choice, or was it one of those things where, hey, I can, accomplish a mission at the cost of me like never coming
Being
back to my
expelled.
home?
Yeah. Where would he be? Would he be in town somewhere, or would he be out in the
If he
wilderness?
can take over a body, he could be anywhere.
Yeah.
He could
Right.
be a person that we pass on the street.
I'll say be on the lookout for black eyes, though, or someone
Yeah.
feeling icky.
Black eyes, descriptions of red and black monster. That's
Maybe we
tall.
start asking around. Well, no, we should be careful with that. He might dip.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ask about anything weird.
And that's
Honestly.
Uncle, right?
Yeah.
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 The symbiote's uncle. Yeah.
Right. So that's the plan for now. Calling, help with the calling, and look for clues of the symbiote and the dark wizard.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys want to play out the calling stuff, or are we going to Elmo that situation? Group consensus. How are we feeling about it?
I could go either way, honestly.
I'm the same way.
If we played it out, in my mind, it's we kind of like vet the candidates and have a relationship with some where we build trust. But we could also just Elmo that scenario and say we find someone that we trust or those that we trust to hold Norhaven in our stead.
Refresh
Cassie?
my memory. Oh, sorry. You got something?
Go ahead.
Is
They-
the calling bringing in new people or bringing in current Gray members?
New people.
Okay.
So this wouldn't be like, oh, these people are,
Yeah,
you know, the leaders of the Grey House now. No, it's still Katerina and Dimitri, but
Right.
these people would be like
Yep.
a buffer between them being the only Greys in the city and
Yeah.
having some Greys that are there.
Above table, we've done a lot in Northaven. I've had a lot
Yeah.
of fun in Northaven. This is like, I'm not even sure if we should be streaming this part, but whatever. The fucking people get it. It's I'm feeling like we're stalling and the wheels are spinning a little bit here, and the only thing is Cassian as a character would be really beside himself if he like made it all the way back to Northaven and like ran away again without something being
Sure.
in place.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think we have to fix it. I personally don't feel the need to do it, like to play it out. I think we already did the whole calling ourselves, so to do it
Mhm.
again would be kind of redundant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if the DM could pin it down so that Cassian could lay his head on a pillow at night and actually sleep and not want to like long sleep forever sleep, then that
So-
would be better.
you feel Dimitri and Katerina are beside themselves with excitement at the possibility of even having a calling again. They are very enthusiastic, and you know that you guys have not had a calling for over a year now, and there's been a skip beat. So there are some people that would have wanted to do it for a year that they couldn't do it, and then you have a whole nother year of people who want to do it on top of those first year people. So you have a backlog of people who are willing to do the calling. You might have I'm not going to say you might. You guys are going ahead with the calling thing. You're setting things up. You advertise for it. You do the flyer thing. It's going to take some time. Out of game, it's going to take some time for this to happen in game, but we're going to skip past that. Takes a lot of setup. You get the biggest calling that the Greys have ever had in history. It is huge because despite the fact that people are divided on whether or not the Greys should be allowed, the people who liked the Greys are hardcore convinced that the Greys need full support right now. So they're joining up in that. You got old people joining. You've always had young people trying, but now you have old people who are like, you know what, I'm going to try to step into. It's around this time that you guys come across Fegan again. Remember him from like all the way back?
Yeah.
You inducted him into the Greys with your handshake.
Mhm.
I actually had this in writing that if you guys spent too long in Northaven, he shows up. You've spent too long in Northaven at this point. So he actually walked all the way. He traveled from Kenton. He was inspired to help the Greys because he knew about this. Like, he just knew about the Greys. Ever since he saw the purple chains, he just let it eat away at him that he let himself rot away and let his nephew get killed. He needs a new start. So he's traveling to Northaven to try to help with everything that's happening there. So he's going to be another senior leader that can help with this new generation. It's not just going to be your parents. But yeah, so many people join up. Some people don't get all the way through the process, but they're going to try again the next year. Quentin, flying colors. He's the best candidate that they've seen in a while. He's put all the effort into being a Grey, and it shows. So Cassian can rest well knowing that now there is a solid amount of support for the Greys, and there's more Greys than there has been in a long time in one location.
There's one more thing before Cassian can rest his head easy.
Mm-hmm.
On one of the nights that we've spent out of the numerous in the Grey Manor, Cassian would cook a nice dinner and light some candles and put out the good tablecloth for his parents and just his parents. And he would sit around the table and he would have some very hard questions for them. I don't know if you want to do that now or later, but it's going to be
Let's
heavy.
do it now. It feels like we're wrapping this up in Northaven, so let's do it now.
It seems as if our time here is coming to an end, mother and father. And with the successful calling and the amount of people that we've had shown up, I feel like almost all of the loose ends have been tied together. And we may be on an uprise for the Greys. So I wanted to treat you to a dinner one last time before me and my group moved on to the bigger task at hand. Because unfortunately, the evils that have presented themselves here at Norhaven are spreading across the entire continent very quickly. And it is my duty to go out and lead this group of Greys to stop this from spreading across the entire world. I hope that you understand that I'm not running away again.
They look at each other, look at you, and your dad gets like he's not crying, but like he's starting to well up a little bit. And your mom says, "You didn't run away the first time. We forced you out. And we could not be more sorry. You did what you had to do to survive. You are not running away. You are going to do great things. And you've helped us and our family and done better good than I have seen from our house in a very long time. You have made hard decisions that several of your ancestors would not have even dared to touch. They would have stayed safe in the manor, gone out behind the walls to do their monster hunting, and then come back and then stay safe in the manor without ever addressing what the people truly need. I think you have made your mark on this city, and it has been for the better."
I still feel like I'm missing something. The mark I left on this city was always meant to be hand in hand with the greatest leader the Greys have ever seen. Without Aurora, it only feels half finished. I still don't know what's happened to her. I didn't even get to see her body put in the grave.
Would you like to visit the grave? Never been.
I've never been, and it doesn't even feel like it's real. It happened so fast. I mean, I'm surprised that I can even take off my mask in the streets. I figured I would have been mobbed. The city loved her more than they ever loved the Greys as a whole.
Well, you did wear your mask frequently, and when you took it off with a solution to save the city, so I think that probably did help. But I think some closure might be good for you. And I know that you'll never get true closure until you find whoever did this and put them 6 feet in the ground in a different location. But saying goodbye is an important step in not moving on, but moving up.
I imagine that we would eat and chit chat a little bit more and finish the meal. And Cassian, towards the end of it, would look at his parents and he would say, "You did bury her, though. Like, you put her body into a tomb.
Yes.
She's actually dead."
As far as we know,
There's no room for any doubt there, though.
you can go and visit the grave if you'd like.
I think it's the only thing I have left.
To go and visit?
Yeah. I've done everything else that I can, and I've been avoiding it. I haven't even been up to our room.
Would you like to be alone, or would you like us to be there with you?
I think I need to go alone.
Your father shakes his head, nods in agreement. I wish you the best of luck, son. And hopefully it will give you some form of healing.
Cassian doesn't say anything. He just nods his head and looks at them with already kind of, wet, moist eyes. He knows where it is. He's just never been before. And he'll take the long way around, and he'll pass through the garden, and he'll pick some flowers. Aurora had a favorite flower. I don't remember which one it was. We wrote it a long time ago, but I'll make sure I pick a couple of those. And with a beautiful but absolutely haunting bouquet of flowers, Cassian makes his way to the grave.
Now, you tell me, what is the grave situation for the Greys? Is it a crypt with rolling stones, kind of Jesus style, or is it 6 feet under situation?
The Greys always believed, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So the headstones are probably very extravagant, but I believe that embalming was probably bypassed if possible, and the earth took what was hers in the burial process.
You visit the grave. The dirt that has been laid over it has become grass. And more than that, you would know this. Not many others probably would notice, but when you bury a body, the nitrogen that it gives off when it decomposes makes the ground extremely fertile. And it's not just grassy here, even with snow all around, there's flowers blooming on the gravesite.
I'd imagine that probably the last snowfall of the season begins to fall. Or at least the last heavy snowfall. Cassian would sit down next to the headstone and I'll save you boys the details, but he would weep, and amidst broken words through weeping, he would just apologize over and over and over again that he couldn't be there to save her, and that he wishes nothing more than to just be with her again. It's the reason that he drank, it's the reason that he smoked, it's the reason that he's killed people, it's the reason that he finds will to wake up every single day. And the only reason that I'll say this, before he drifts off to sleep outside, curled up like a weeping child next to the grave of his wife, he'll thank Aurora, because if it wasn't for her death, then he would have never have met the folks that he calls family today. And with the bouquet in his arms, he'll drift off to sleep, but he doesn't know where his words ended and sleep began, because as he drifts off to sleep, he finds himself next to Aurora for the first time in years.
All right. You wake up in the morning with some snow on you from that last snowfall of the season. You wake up, brush yourself off. You head back to the manor.
Cassian begins to head back to the manor, but it only takes 2 or 3 feet before he turns back to Aurora's grave. And he says, I'm either going to bring you back, or the person who did this is going to find the same fate. He lays down the bouquet of flowers. He kisses his fingers and puts it on the headstone and walks back into the manor.
All right. The rest of you are having a fairly cheery breakfast when Cassian walks in looking like, well, just not good. So, what's the plan now? Are you guys headed off to Penting? Is that you've said your goodbyes and you're leaving?
Is there any more to do here in terms of looking for this symbiote, or is that sort of like
I would say you chase leads, dead ends. Nothing here. Like, people say they've seen something like that, but it's not. They haven't. It was just someone who had black eyes, like not black completely. They just like black irises, and you're like, shit, not another one of these, because it takes time to track these people down. It's pretty clear that these meetings were set up in order to be random, untraceable, and if anything were to happen, it couldn't come back to find that person.
I would like to leave instructions with Dimitri and Katerina about the potential trap that we laid for Seraphil.
Okay. Noted.
Additionally, alongside that, the documents needed to
Yes.
verify the bad acts of this.
The embezzlement
Embezzlement.
of Anastasia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to
All
say,
done.
as soon as Cassian walked in the door, backstepping a little bit, I would have walked up to give him a hug because he looks pretty cold and I'm pretty warm, and because he needed a hug.
It's welcomed graciously.
You can see the steam coming out from him.
Snow's melting off your shoulders.
Yep.
Eyes bloodshot, nose snotty, definitely a little wet from the snow. Doesn't look. He usually looks pretty bad. He doesn't look any better today.
All right. So as you guys start,
Yes, before we leave, I did want to talk to Dimitri. That was like last session ago.
Mhm.
I wanted to know if he knew where to and how to make some of that black powder or gunpowder I was talking about before. I had stuff written out on questions on it. Do you need me to tell you that, or?
No, he tells you how to make it. well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you like the simplest version here because I do want to move on from this. But
Yeah.
I know how to make the stuff. It's kind of fun. Long story short, you take back shit and you put it under a fire. And
so bat shit specifically.
Bat shit,
Guano.
bat guano,
Guano.
you can use to extract some of the elements that you need to make black powder, and that's one of the key components. And there's a couple of other things he shows you how to do, chemical processes that aren't anything beyond your skill level. So
Gotcha.
You can easily make it.
Cool. I was going to say one other thing just to expedite it. I was going to ask Quentin if he's religious still in any way, because I know he went there to go to the church and whatnot. And I was going to let him know that if he had any god and wished to pray to or look to for sovereigns, that hurt. He should look to the god Bahamut. He'll provide him warm peace and justice if he is interested.
He out here being a disciple and shit.
Yep.
Damn, dude.
Yep. He graciously accepts your good intention, but it's kind of like that. You know how you're trying to be nice to the Jehovah's Witness, but get him out as quick as you can.
No soliciting.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. He already has the deity or deities that he prays to because they're the ones that mean something to him. You kind of get that vibe from him. He's not taking this as an insult in any way. He's just kind of like, no, thank you.
That's fine. You can pray to whoever you want to pray to. That was it. That was my two things.
Good. So, just walking back, or are you investing in a horse max, or what are we doing here?
How much was the teleporting versus the ship?
Teleporting, I believe, was 100 gold apiece, correct?
Damn.
I believe teleporting was 100 gold apiece, and taking the ship was half as expensive. But it was
long.
It was a long trip.
How long we talking?
Should we be pirates, boys?
We should be pirates first.
Maybe, yeah.
I think pirates sounds definitely different than teleporting.
We already sent Alwyn information for the cure too. I think we should have stabilized things enough for the moment.
My only comment on the I don't know how much time matters at this moment. Not that I don't like the pirates idea, but just if we were to travel by Horsemax, branded company by us, would we be able to do any type of harvesting along the way if we needed to or wanted to? If not, pirates.
You would be able to, and there if you're doing the whole pirates thing, there will also be some options to do some harvesting. I'm not just going to be like, oh, you guys are on a boat for 6 months and nothing happens. Yay.
It's going to take 6 months.
It's going to take a long time. You guys are going literally. If
Like,
you
you
look
gotta
at
go
the world
around.
map,
Yeah.
you've got to go out to the left, circle all the way down and around to Thurlandir. It's good. Keep in mind, Cassian, it took you like a year to travel
Yeah.
from Norhaven
It did.
down. So it's twice as fast going with the ship.
All right.
Maybe
Pirates,
we
baby.
spend the 100 gold, boys. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
long
fair.
time on a boat.
Is 6
That's
months
fair,
a
especially with
problem?
everything that we just did.
6 months is a long time.
It
I was thinking
is.
more like 2, but
Yeah.
all right, if it's 6.
Could get ships that are faster, but they'll cost you more.
How much more?
So if you want to go 50 gold a person, it's going to be 6 months. If you want to go like 60 gold a person, I'll shave off a month for every
10 gold.
tier up. You
We're
want to go every
teleporting.
10 gold more.
Yeah, that's
I was like,
that's an easy
or-
investment right there.
Or 100 gold for instantaneous.
The yield
Yeah.
curve on fucking teleporting is insane.
Because you got to realize that teleportation is a lot easier when it's just one person. But if you're moving massive amounts of cargo, you can't just teleport
Yeah.
that. So ships are still necessary, and you can get passage. But if you can afford it, people usually go teleportation. If you can't afford it, people usually walk. They don't usually choose the boat option because
We ain't poor. Come on.
Well, I don't think we can take a year to get back, so 100 gold it is.
Yeah.
Or 10 platinum.
I have 1,300 copper.
was
Did
like-
we do anything about that? Did we buy gems?
I thought we were going to, but
talking about it, but it never
we
happened.
never did.
Like,
Is there a place in Penting where we could just exchange it?
Yes, there's a place in Penting
Okay.
that you can just
Can we
exchange.
teleport being this heavy?
Yes, you can teleport. Weight
Okay.
isn't an issue for teleportation.
How
Excellent.
heavy are we?
I would like to request to be
140
teleported directly into the bank.
To the vault
You're
at
140
night.
pounds?
At night
How did I not
with
have that?
NVGs and a laser cutter.
You want to know the really fun thing that you haven't checked out yet?
What?
Oh,
If Fidor can cast a spell.
What spell?
He said he could though, didn't he?
I never said that he could or couldn't. You had someone cast a spell to get you to Fidor's area because he has the teleportation circle
Oh.
Well, let's ask, I guess.
Yeah, can he cast?
Fido.
there.
Fidor.
Come here,
Short-
Fidor.
Okay. With the Fido
thought he said
comment,
he
the
could.
answer is no. He doesn't have the spell.
Tells you to
We're
piss
taking the
off.
boat.
I swore he thought when we got here. I thought he said that he sent people out.
Yeah, either he had the spell or he knew someone that had the spell. But we chatted with him about it when we first got here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ringing a bell of some sort.
Okay, fine. He can cast a spell.
No, I mean he can. He
can.
can. Oh, he wants to take the ships. That's what it is.
No, you guys can do whatever you want. I didn't plan for the ships, actually. I totally forgot that was an option. But then you said pirate episode, and I was like, I don't know. Pirate episode's kind of fun.
That does sound so
Said it.
sick.
I mean, should we take the
I
boats?
want to fireball someone's boat.
Guys, here's the thing. If we teleport, it's instantaneous. If we spend 90 gold, it's a month, right? Is my math right?
I
think
did.
I think
1 month on a boat because I don't know what a boat looks like, and that would be sick.
And saves 10 gold a person.
I mean, I like my money.
You ain't wrong.
I say the 1 month boat ride.
Man, what type of boat is this, bro?
Two
That's
month
all-
2 month
Oh,
boat ride.
this is ye old timey speedboat is basically what it is. You get the fastest, smallest ship that you can find that doesn't have any cargo or any other people. You have a captain and a skeleton crew to run the thing, and you're moving. Your ship will not take damage well. I will tell you that much. If you do get into a fight, spoiler alert, yes, your ship will take damage pretty heavily. So you might want to think about that, but it will be fast.
To burn it down.
How about a 3 month boat ride?
a 6 month boat ride and go do some pirating.
What?
Dun, dun, dun,
I
dun,
mean,
dun.
2 months doesn't sound terrible.
In 2 months, everyone in Penting is gonna be dead from the black rot. We got shit to do, boys.
Oh
We
yeah.
spent
He's not
10
wrong.
days hiding in the trees, fucking watching
Wait,
people
hey,
fuck each other.
hold on. Hold on.
And now we have to get back there immediately.
That's kind of what I was bringing up before
Did-
about.
Did we send
We did.
the information to Alwyn about
Yeah,
the
he should
thing?
be able to handle it.
So we don't have to worry
I think
about.
we can take 3 to 6 months to get back. We've already
Also,
been here for
yeah,
like
Before we
months.
leave again, I told the apothecary guy with the recipe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He totally knows that.
Yep. Agreed.
3 to
Okay.
6
And
months is probably fine.
Hopefully he can read flyers too, because I'm sure they're all over the place.
80 gold, 2 months.
Jacob looks
We're fucked.
excited.
I'm just waiting for you guys to make a decision.
All right. So
I think we can take.
It's gonna take one cannonball to sink this fucking tiny ass
That's
boat.
what I'm saying. We can just do the 6-month boat ride. I think it's fine.
Hell yeah.
6 months will be a sturdy ship, and you'll have enough people to man it for sure.
I think it's
Cannon
fine.
fodder.
Fireballs 24/7.
How much to buy a ship?
Oh,
Do you
my.
have 15k gold pieces?
No, I was just curious.
I got
Yeah.
a sharp sword though.
Close to 15k gold pieces for one that would get you a 6 months voyage. Then there's kind of like a bell
with a
curve
crew or without a crew?
without a crew. That's the ship.
Oh god.
All right.
We got
Then
it,
you
boys.
need to take the crew.
Let's do the 6 months and do a pirate episode. I'm down.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it'll be fun.
I think
fine
it'll
by
be
me.
okay time wise.
I agree. I don't think there's anything crazy
do
going
it.
on.
First thing I was gonna say is what took so long.
All right,
I
50
can
gold
hear it
everyone.
already.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah.
Indiana Jones whip swing off the side of the boat and die in this 6-month stretch, I'm blaming one of you fuckers.
I will pluck you out of the water, okay? Relax.
It's just gonna be one of those things where Cassian's face down demons and monsters, and he dies to drowning.
Also, can he swim?
The water's
Also-
too cold, and then he dies.
Just
I'll-
make sure you leave your money in a safe, in a chest in your room, and not in your pockets, because you
Okay.
will.
You're gonna vibrate.
Yeah.
And if you could tell me where that chest was, too, so I could
Yeah,
keep an
yeah,
eye
right
on
there
it.
it is.
Just
Wait,
out of
before
curiosity.
we leave, should we
Yeah.
swap our money for gems though? Because that is a fair point. Like if the ship sinks, I don't want to leave all the money on the ship.
Yes, he said we could do some of that, right?
You can do
but
some
not
of
a whole
it
lot.
in Norhaven, but you can't do all of it. You could do up to 1,000 gold piece total.
So how many
You know what? No,
copper-
no. Norhaven actually does have a pretty large supply of gems because they have mining stuff. So I'd say 5,000 gold pieces of gems total you could exchange. But
I don't have that much. What you guys have?
I
I got a
have
bunch of copper that I don't want.
I have a bunch of copper and silver I want to shrink down.
Yeah.
you guys
agreed.
can do the conversions yourself, but you're going to take a 5% penalty for the exchange rate.
Okay.
What
Fucking
is
gypsy.
is there a
It's
Like-
100 copper pieces equals 1 gold piece.
New mud.
right? But we're buying gems.
Yes.
Right, but the value of them in gems is what you're buying. So just do the conversion.
So my question is a ruby 10 gold or 100 gold? Like what is the
It's
if
up
I'm
to
buying
you. You can buy whatever gemstones that you say you want and give them a price value as long as it is equal to the value of coins that you are exchanging it for, with
Gotcha. Is
the
there-
minus 5% penalty.
Gotcha. So I would pay 105 coins for a 100 coin gem.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Is there not a thing already? I feel like that would be a thing.
What do you mean?
Like for typical gemstone prices. I don't know how money works in D&D.
It's arbitrary. There's treasure charts that tell you, oh, you get 100 gold piece diamond, 1,000 gold piece diamond, or a 25 gold piece.
Okay.
XYZ. Usually it's just in random treasure loots, and again, the numbers are arbitrary, so I'm willing
I
to let
see.
your numbers be arbitrary as
Hmm.
long as they are rounded numbers. So like we're talking 100 gold
50.
pieces, 50,
Yeah.
50,
Okay.
Let's see.
Copper to silver is 100, or copper to silver is 10.
100.
Also,
Oh wait, copper to silver?
It's
Copper
10,
to
right?
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so 10
100
copper is a
copper.
silver.
Yeah, 100 copper
Yeah.
for 1 gold, 10 silver for 1 gold.
how does
So
eating
it's a-
on a ship work?
You use your hands and your mouth.
You buy rations, but it's included in the
rations.
price of your
Okay.
stuff.
That was
Everything
what I
that
was.
you need for the ship and the voyage is included in the
the
price
50.
tag. That's part of why the price tag's high.
That's fine. Thank you. That's what I was, because I'm like, if we convert everything and then have no money to pay for food, you'd be kind of fucked. Got it. Okay, I can do the math later. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, everyone can do the math for their own exchange rates and stuff. You're lucky that you tried to do that in Norhaven because that's where they mine a shit ton of gems. That's like their main export. So if it had been in literally any other city other than Penting, that would have been more challenging. All right, so
Oops. Oh shit.
I guess next time we meet up, we're going to do a pirate episode.
Yeah.
Pirate.
Pirate.
Bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-dum.
I've got to. I have some stuff written up for just in case. I had seafaring adventures, but I'm gonna lean into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Come up with some better
Kind of
stuff.
somewhat side quest arbitrary stuff.
Yeah, just some fun stuff.
Yeah. Y'all
What are we thinking in terms of how long we want to spend here on the sea? Is it just like a one episode? This is just a one episode extravaganza.
That's
I
what I
think
was thinking.
one, like the duration of what we have to like for today's session, like a full session on sea wouldn't be terrible at all. If there's combat, I know that's where we get bogged down sometimes. So if we have
I want mermaids and sea serpents and pirates and parrots and booze
and blackjack and
hookers?
hookers
orange juice
Yeah.
or oranges, because
and krakens.
and coconuts.
krakens.
What did you say the total number or total amount of gems we could have was?
5,000.
1,500? 5,000.
5,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's between the
But
six of us, though.
Yeah, that's between the six of you. So you
Okay.
gotta communicate with who did what and how. And
Yeah, like I was gonna, like
Yeah.
I have 800 gold. I was gonna convert like 500 of it.
Jesus Christ!
I have a total of 640. I'm like, as a group, I don't think we're anywhere near.
Yeah.
We would be able to do 833 each if you split it evenly.
Yeah, so
I only
Oh,
have
yeah.
600.
yeah,
So
I'm saving for armor, man.
same.
I don't understand. Oh, I guess I did just spend 50 gold on lockpicks.
I did want to ask a question, Jacob. So, buying materials like adamantine ore, for example, to smelt down, like, is that a thing in D&D? Like, can you buy the materials for their, super high costs and make your own stuff, or?
you can, but that's why I created the whole
Right.
crafting system for
Right.
you.
So that was my follow-up question: is are we using the weaves as like the adamantine ore?
No,
or
I
do we
would say
also-
that you can say for the sake of. No, you can't just use the weave fragment. If like you have weave fragment and a wooden sword, you can't be like,
Right.
behold, Mage Slayer the Great, and then have
Yeah.
a +5 sword of fuck off,
Wood though, man. It's
Yeah, I mean, it would be funny, and we could do something with it, but it would have to be more of a joke item. When it comes to like getting materials and stuff, just tell me you're getting those materials. Like, I'm going to the store to buy some adamantine stuff for
Okay.
crafting XYZ, and I'll be like, yeah, sure, it's there. And then as long as it's included in the price of you making the item,
Okay.
just
Gotcha.
let me know that's what you're doing, and then you don't have to pay for it because it's included in that price.
Got it.
Also, if you're making those items in the guild locations, which is what you're gonna probably have to do, like not have to do, but should be doing,
Yeah.
they'll have the materials there for you.
What are
And we can
gems?
buy from them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have
make up
like
numbers.
they'll sell their own weave fragments to you occasionally. They have the ores that you'll need, the gems that you'll need, the whatever.
Got it.
I just looked up the cost, like the value of gems on D&D Beyond, and everything is like 1,000 gold pieces.
They have smaller breakdowns. You're probably looking at one of the more higher tier adventuring charts.
It's the only one that comes up.
Just make up whatever
Right.
thing you have is whatever it is.
As long as it's numbered between 50 and 1,000, and it's like rounded in a way that makes sense. So like 50, 100,
So I can just put like 200 gold pieces worth of ruby,
Yes.
essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that would cost you. plus
Well, I already
5%.
did the conversions.
Oh, okay.
Right. When I transferred all the money that I was going to use to buy it with, I did the conversion.
Okay. Well, I think that was a fun and productive episode. We
Yeah.
It was great.
got a lot of stuff done.
Mhm.
Plus, we wrapped up something.
Yeah.
get to move on to some other characters after the pirate episode and see what happens.
Can we buy pirate hats? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, that's included in the price of buying the voyage as well.
Hell yeah!
You get your big pirate hat with a feather sticking out of it, gold hoop earrings.
Oh shit. See, like that as a thing, I'd want to put fucking pirate hats on everybody as a thumbnail for the stream for that. That'd be hilarious.
Would be funny.
Hell yeah!
You can definitely prepare for that.
Right. Good job, Bill.
Okay.
All right, fellas. Well, have a good night, and we'll see you in the pirate costumes.
Yar.
See you next time, everybody.
Adios.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night, gentlemen.
Peace.